Hey, good evening and welcome to Freedom Speech and You. We've got a audience of 8 people so far. So I see out there we have Wes Webb and ADM FLA GURL 38 and Barry Crenshaw and Casper Northerner and Nick Rich 56 and Aaron West and Trucker John. So there we are, showing. Initially, I showed 8 people. Now I show 5 on YouTube and 1 on Twitch. So you're out there watching. Thank you. So I'm going to start with a light topic at first because I think we'll have more viewers later into the show. Although not really sure that you would classify this as a light topic because death can be a hard topic for some people. But I guess my classification of a light topic means it's not about politics. So we lost a famous actor, Richard Belzer, who was a stand-up comic before he started on the original episode of Law and Order, and more recently was on Law and Order SVU. He died at age 78. Yes, he did play the character of Munch. So we lost a really good actor. I don't know if it says here in the article how he died, so I'll look. But he first worked in 1997 on that show. And there are tributes to him out there today because he started on a crossover episode between Homicide: Life on the Street and Law and Order. So there, he really made his character believable. And they say that the tribute by Henry Winkler was really the first notice because Henry Winkler was his cousin. So Ray Newman had a tribute about him. You can see the tributes if you can see the screen, but basically the actors that work with him and have given him tribute. His last time on Law and Order SVU was October 2013, but he had 230 plus episodes to his name in that character as Munch. And he was on TV longer than Gunsmoke's Marshal Matt Dillon or Fraser Crane, each of whom appeared for 20 seasons. He did his character on Third Rock from the Sun, Arrested Development, and 30 Rock, and HBO's The Wire, and Fox's The X-Files, and UPN's The Beach. So he played this character in more places than on just the show on which it was created. It talks about some of the episodes. It talks about his film credits in 1980s Fame, Arthur, Night Shift, Scarface, Fletch Lives, The Bonfire of the Vanities, Mad Dog and Glory, Rob Reiner's North and the Puppet Masters, a Very Brady sequel in which he played an LAPD detective, Spike Lee's Get on the Bus, in which he appeared with his co-star, 1998 Species 2, in which he played the president, and the Andy Kaufman biopic Man on the Moon, in which he played himself. He also appeared in the 1990-1991 version of the CBS TV show The Flash. And he was on Lois and Clark, The New Adventures of Superman, as an inspector. He was on Moonlighting, Miami Vice, The Larry Sanders Show, and Mad About You. Guy was really a prolific actor. He was very convincing in his roles. But he started off as a reporter for the Bridgeport Post and had ambitions of becoming a writer. He was expelled from college. Interesting. In 1972, he began working as a stand-up comic. He was offered a job at Saturday Night Live. That's interesting. He did make appearances on SNL. Yeah. So there's a whole lot in this article about him, but yeah, I really liked his character. I thought he was really, really good on the show. So it was kind of sad to see him go. But that is just one of those things. So that was one story that I wanted to start off with before we got into the politics. And the other one was this story. So we will get into the politics shortly. Computer being funny. Okay. These are just my two warm-up stories before I get into the politics. So the other entertainment story, good evening, Elizabeth, and welcome. Do we have anybody else join us? No, just Elizabeth so far. Thank you. So this is the other story. Tom Sizemore hospitalized in critical condition after brain aneurysm. The actor he's currently in critical condition. Things are in a wait and see, they say. Was discovered in his Los Angeles home around 2 a.m. and was promptly transferred to a local hospital. He's 61 years of age, and he came into acting in the 1990s in a variety of tough guy roles in action and drama films. He's best known for his performance as Technical Sergeant Mike Horvath in Steven Spielberg's 1998 war film Saving Private Ryan. And he's known for smaller roles in films like Point Break and Wyatt Earp. And he's worked with the likes of Michael Mann, Martin Scorsese, I'm not sure I'm saying that name right, Peter Hyams, Carl Franklin, Oliver Stone, Ridley Scott, and Michael Bay. He does have a abuser record, a violence record, so, and he spent some time in jail. So hopefully he's going to be okay, especially if he's your favorite actor. But I just wanted to touch on those two stories, primarily because Jody Hamilton tweeted about both of those. So just a couple of things. Okay, now let's get into the politics and the usual matters of the show. So I had this one for last week. So we didn't go over anything last week. So this one was tweeted out by Popak and says, the camel's back just got heavier. George Santos hit with a sex assault and harassment charge by a former volunteer staffer in his congressional office in D.C. And so this is Popak's hot take. So let me get this ready for viewing. So hang on, this is going to be a video. This is coming to us from Midas Touch. So it's the start of it. Levels are good, good.
This is Michael Popak, Legal AF, with breaking news about George Santos. You can add to that growing list of problems and legal concerns that people have about him, starting with prosecutors all around the country and around the world. Now a sex harassment and sex assault charge that's been brought against him by a former volunteer staffer who has already publicly announced the charges on his personal Twitter feed. That person's name is Derek Myers. Derek Myers claims that he was a applicant and in process of getting a full-time job as a staffer in Mr. Santos's congressional office in Washington that would have paid him $50,000. He disclosed during the background check process that he, Mr. Myers, as a journalist in Ohio, is currently under criminal indictment for having wiretapped, in this case, recorded a criminal proceeding in court and then released that audio as part of his reporting. And the Ohio prosecutors were not happy about that. Why is that important? Because it's the background of Mr. Myers' life and professional life, which he says he properly disclosed to Mr. Santos. And Mr. Santos did not say, okay, well, that's a disqualifying event. I mean, many states have a clean slate approach to people that are either indicted for something or have been convicted of something and served their time, so that they're not permanently barred from getting employment. So the reason this is important is Mr. Myers says that while he was on a small couch inside of Mr. Santos's congressional office, this is where the untoward sexual assault and conduct happened. That Mr. Santos put his hands and groped Mr. Myers, that he touched him in his groin and on his leg, that he also invited him to a date for karaoke, that he asked Mr. Myers if he was on the Grindr app, because Mr. Santos was on the Grindr app, all completely inappropriate, illegal if it happened. And if the touching happened, improper touching, unauthorized touching, that is a sexual assault as well. The charges have been made in a letter that Mr. Myers has published on his own Twitter feed. We'll show it here, and sent to the House Ethics Committee, and also says that he reported it to the Capitol Police in a police report. The Ethics Committee has confirmed receipt of the letter. The Capitol Police, as is their practice, neither confirmed nor denied the receipt of the police report. Now, Mr. Myers says that the pretext.
Okay, I want to roll that back real quick. Let's see if I can see that. Can I see that? I might be able to. Hang on, let's see.
To the Capitol Police in a police report. The Ethics Committee has.
Okay, make that bigger. Okay, what it says is the Honorable Michael Guest, the Honorable Susan Wild, Committee on Ethics, 1015 Longworth House Office Building, Washington, D.C. 20515. It says reason, request for investigation regarding Representative George Santos' sexual harassment of a volunteer staffer and for violation of the ethics rules pertaining to volunteers in the congressional office. Representative Guest and Representative Wild, I'm writing to you to request an investigation into Congressman George Santos, New York 3rd District. On January 23, I was interviewed for and offered a job by the congressman to be his legal correspondence and staff assistants in his DC office. The position was offered to me on Monday, January 23. I proceeded to fill out my onboarding new hire paperwork and submitted that evening. Later that evening, I was rushed by the office's chief of staff, Charlie Lovett, to come into the office the next day to be introduced to the staff. I went to the congressman's office on Tuesday, January 4th, met the office team in DC. I was assigned a desk and told what my job duties were. I spent the rest of the day performing work for the congressman and escorting him around the building. My work included answering phones, reading mail, corresponding, and writing to constituents, among other tasks. I was told that my title was volunteer until my paperwork would be processed through the payroll department. I was told this process could take several days, but I would work in the office until then under the title volunteer. Since this, I've learned that such volunteer work within a congressional office without correct procedures being followed is a violation of the House ethics, and I am requesting this serve as an official request for an investigation into the violation of allowing a volunteer to work in a workplace and offload work from paid staff members onto volunteer with the promise of future employment. Secondly, I'm writing to request an investigation into sexual harassment by the congressman. And it continues after that, but you can't really see the rest of it. But that's what it says. Hello, Tina. Welcome. So that's what the document says, and that's what I wanted to see is to be able to see what the document said.
Confirmed receipt of the letter. The Capitol Police, as is their practice, neither confirmed nor denied the receipt of the police report. Now, Mr. Myers says that the pretext for his firing, or the fact that they didn't go through with his hiring, moving him from volunteer to paid employee, is because they said, well, they couldn't get around the fact that he was currently indicted in Ohio on that wiretapping, illegally recording the criminal court proceeding that he reported on. But Mr. Myers says that's a pretext for his rebuffing the sexual advances of Mr. Santos, while, of course, he worked in that office as a volunteer. One of these two things is true. It's either it didn't happen and he was not hired as part of a process because of this criminal indictment against him, or the criminal indictment was known to Mr. Santos in the beginning of the hiring process, which we all know from Mr. Myers' reporting is true, and he took a liking to Mr. Myers and made inappropriate sexual advances towards him. When they were rejected, Mr. Santos retaliated against Mr. Myers and decided not to hire them. One of those two things is true. And we add this to the growing list, as I mentioned at the top of the hot take, of prosecutors around the world that are investigating George Santos. The Department of Justice is taking over from the Federal Election Commission an investigation related to campaign expenses and campaign fundraising that Mr. Santos conducted. The Westchester, New York District Attorney, which is the county in which the 3rd District resides, or at least part of it, is looking into whether there was an illegal grift of trying to collect money from donors on a false resume. We all know now, he's admitted as much, that his resume is false. The New York Attorney General, Letitia James, is looking at similar allegations against him. And now we have reporting that the Eastern District of New York, the federal district U.S. Attorney's Office for Brooklyn, is looking into whether Mr. Santos, before he became Representative Santos, ran a fraudulent charity, raising money, grifting money, by claiming that he was raising money to help, get this, wounded veterans' pets and animals. I mean, nothing could be, it's one of the lowest things that you could do would be to create a fake charity, saying, so that that you get the heartstrings pulled and the money and the purse strings pulled of people, saying you're helping wounded veterans, dogs, and cats. But that is what the Eastern District of New York is looking at. And now, let's throw another one on there. Derek Myers, he's got his own potential issues as a credible witness because he is under criminal indictment on an unrelated charge in Ohio. But he has filed a police report, which is a crime if it's done falsely. He's filed a statement a statement as part of a letter to the House, which is also a potential crime the FBI could investigate if it turns out not to be true. So while it's he said, there's a lot of potential perjury and criminal penalties for Mr. Myers if he's not telling the truth. And so right now we're going to have to continue to follow the story, and we'll do that on Legal AF and through Hot Takes. We don't know what the story is yet. We know what the allegations are, but we're here to report them in real time as they happen, as we do on my Hot Takes and on Legal AF, which is a twice a week podcast and YouTube show. So we'll pick up with this and find out exactly what's going on as investigators and prosecutors get their hands on the charge by Mr. Myers and decide whether it's credible or not credible, and whether there's a case against Mr. Santos. While we also wait to see what the House does and whether, under the constitutional power they have to expel a member for disorderly behavior, that's the term, whether any or all of these things fit. To the common person and the common use of the language, all of these things, any one of these things that I've talked about on this hot take, would constitute a disorderly conduct or behavior, which would subject Mr. Santos to expulsion by the House under its rules. It's the only way to get him out. Even if he's convicted of a crime, unless the House moves to expel him, he is not automatically removed from Congress. You heard that here. He could sit in a prison or a jail, and unless he's expelled by the House on a 2/3 vote, meaning there have to be about 70 Republicans joining all of the Democrats to expel him, the person would still be a representative. It's all self-policing. The House has to do it. There's no impeachment proceeding. The Senate can't do a thing about it. Taxpayers can't file a lawsuit to get rid of him, and prosecutors can't literally take him out of his chair, even if they take him away to prison. That's one of the peculiarities of our checks and balance system and the separation of powers. But if there's enough pressure being put on the Republican majority, which may only be a majority for 2 years at the rate they're going, or less than 2 years now, if they don't expel him, it'll be a campaign issue for the Democrats, the continued protection of George Santos by the MAGA and the House Republicans. That's what it's going to come down to. But we'll have to see if this drumbeat of constant bad news and bad information and criminal liability and jeopardy against George Santos finally makes the Republican leadership do the right thing and prepare a resolution and vote on it to expel him as a member of the House of Representatives. It rarely happens. It's happened less than 20 times in the entire history of this country. 2/3 of that amount is Civil War related. People that used to be with the opposition of the Union, the Confederacy, and were removed from their seats. It's only happened a couple of times since. A representative from New Jersey, Mr. Traficante out of Ohio, who committed crimes, and the House did the right thing and got them out of there. Ball's in McCarthy's court, and ball's in the House majority's court to see what happens if this latest issue of a potential sexual harassment and sexual assault claim tips the balance and makes them move towards a resolution to reduce their majority by 1 vote. We'll see. We'll report on it. Michael Popok from Legal AF will be there.
Our blue wall stopped the red wave and election deniers got denied election.
Okay, so that came to you from Legal AF and his little side clips, which you mentioned the title of. Somebody who got the title would probably throw it in chat. But that comes to you from Midas Touch. Check them out for more content like that. And I see somebody chatting that this is quote unquote only my agenda. That's not true. The clip you just watched came to you from the show's producer. Didn't come from me. This is my first time watching it along with you, unless you watched it already. So you have just as much say as I do, as long as you're a regular and as long as you're a person suggesting civil ideas to be discussed during the show. Now, you come in as a troll, that policy doesn't stand, because if your intent is to derail the show, that just doesn't work. But everybody that has a suggestion does get seen. So, not going to mention you by name. Don't accuse me of only being the one and only person to control the show. Nope. That's not how this show works. Okay. Now, but do check out more Popok. Okay? This also is something that we didn't get back to last week. So this is something that was held over since we didn't have a show last week due to Super Bowl. So this is just a little bit of the latest grandstanding from Texas Governor Abbott. So we have from one of our friends, he side comments on Mexico's paying for it, right? And Greg Abbott had tweeted that Texas is building their own border wall. So this is their alleged video of them building their own border wall. There is no audio for this video, but it looks strangely familiar. It looks a lot like the so-called Trump wall. So it's almost like, they just kind of got some of the same stuff. So yeah, there's support. You can see the sign down here securing the border. Like, are they going to keep everybody out? I don't know. I have no idea, but that's what Texas thinks they're doing. So it's pretty much it. So that was a hangover from last week. Of note to those of us in Florida and possibly affecting people that visit Disney World, because in my opinion, once you take power away from Disney and give it to the governor of the state of Florida, Ron DeSantis. Hang on. Once you do that, you change a lot of things. So basically, since the inception of Walt Disney World, there was this district called Reedy Creek. And Reedy Creek was the basis for the property bought by multiple people that was combined into what Disney World became. So state lawmakers approved a bill, and this is dated February 13th. So this would be referencing the Friday prior to Valentine's Day. I'm sure that he signed it. So state lawmakers gave him the bill that he wanted to sign, allowing the governor to appoint members to the Board of Supervisors. Supporters claim taxpayers won't be affected by the change. And I think there's more to it in the connecting article here. So this is a video that says who may oversee Disney after Reedy Creek is dissolved. And basically what it says is the state of Florida may be the new overseer, whatever replaces the Reedy Creek Improvement District after that governing body is dissolved next year. So it doesn't dissolve it this year, it dissolves it in 2024. DeSantis made the announcement at Seminole State College, and he was there to talk about nursing education when he touched on the ongoing topic of Reedy Creek in June 2023. So this is an old article from May of last year. Okay. So actually it does happen this year. Okay, that corrects that. And back last year, they were concerned that the state taking it over would fall on the taxpayers in the two counties on which Reedy Creek overlaps, which are Orange, where Orlando is, and Osceola, which is where Kissimmee St. Cloud is, the familiar district to a lot of people that have stayed off of the Disney property. But DeSantis says that it won't fall on their hands, and so he's claiming that he can do all this and keep the operations within the tax structure. But basically, it's happening. He's taking over. What concerns me the most about it, and what the article doesn't talk about, is that once he takes over, how does that affect their day-to-day operations? Because in the past, and until this is officially dissolved, Disney's always been able to control whatever happens on their property in an emergency situation because they have their own fire department, they have their own police department, they have their own facilities to do the things that those two need to do. They can get to a guest faster because they have people on site. So it's not a case of, well, we're sorry, but there's going to be such and such wait because we don't have anybody on site to deal with your emergency. And this is really what concerns me the most, is that if you take that away and you make these agencies part of the two adjacent counties, or if you make them a state agency, then now, you know, what's going to happen if there's nobody available? Because now you have somebody that potentially has to respond to other emergencies of certain kind, and you possibly have people that could be on strike because they're members of a county agency which can go on strike. And if you look at Disney history, people that are unionized that work for Disney do debate how much money they're going to get. They do reject offers by Disney, and they make Disney go back to the table and give them a better offer. But they've never, ever had a strike. It's not something you can really say about a fire department or a police department that is operated in the normal way. So you could have a real problem where a ride breaks down and there's nobody getting there. And if you compare Disney to Universal, Universal does not have a property like this. They do not have a governing body that surrounds them. Universal is just in Orange County. It's surrounded by Orange County and the city of Orlando. So it has to have local jurisdictions come to their aid. Now, that doesn't mean that with the existing Reedy Creek structure, there haven't been needs to get local jurisdictions. But the point is that there's always been the Reedy Creek jurisdiction to respond first. And if they need the local jurisdiction to get specific tools and things that they don't have, then yes, they do get assistance. But at least there's somebody always already there. So this concerns me. Politics. Hey, Jim, welcome to the show. you know, I have seen them disband themselves, though, Jim. I have seen a city disband its police department with a very small city. So I just have to wonder. Yeah, they probably don't go on strike. I'm probably exaggerating a bit on that. It's just, to me, it's just it's losing what could be an on-site reaction to an off-site reaction. So Andrew Yang tweeted this. He says, "Call me crazy, but I think if your president is going to be 82 on Inauguration Day, you probably should have a competitive primary." And he went on to tweet, "If Biden insists on running, the Dems should hold a primary on who his running mate should be. Shouldn't we be able to vote on the next president? The people did not choose Kamala." He's trying to insinuate that we didn't choose Kamala, but we did, because we did when we voted for Biden-Harris. When we voted for Biden-Harris, we voted for the package deal. So he's whining about this. So it sounds like what he wants is the old-fashioned thing that we used to have in the United States, where sort of like the runner-up became the vice president. I think that was something that happened once, or there must have been a separate vote at one time. So let's search on that. Separate vote for USA VP history. Okay, there is old-fashioned precedent for this, but we haven't done this way in a really long time. The presidential election of 1800 revealed a need to amend the U.S. Constitution. The original system for electing presidents provided that the candidate receiving a majority of electoral college votes would become president, while the runner-up would become vice president. So, knowing our history, I knew this. The 1800 election resulted in a tie between Thomas Jefferson and Aaron Burr. Under the Constitution, this stalemate sent the election to the House of Representatives, which chose Jefferson. The states soon ratified a 12th Amendment to the Constitution, so that's what changed it, requiring separate contests for the offices of president and vice president. To balance the role of the House in breaking presidential ties, the 12th Amendment requires the Senate to handle the responsibility for deadlocked vice presidential contests. Senate must choose between the top two electoral vote recipients with at least 2/3 of the Senate members voting. Senate exercised this power only once in the election of 1836, which made Martin Van Buren president. Kentucky's former Democratic Senator Richard M. Johnson fell one electoral vote short of a majority among four vice presidential candidates. So it goes on and so on and so on and so on. That's the way it was. But when did we start So when did USA concurrent So I'm searching for when we first elected. I mean, it points back to that same amendment. So I'm wondering if the 12th Amendment. So I mean, Twelfth Amendment. I mean, it should say when we started voting together, but at some point we started voting together. When did President and Vice President run together? Okay, in 1864. So that's what it says. And the practice of a presidential candidate having a running mate was solidified during the American Civil War in 1864 in the interest of fostering national unity. Abraham Lincoln from the Republican Party, popular in the North, and Andrew Johnson of the Democratic Party, popular in the South, were co-endorsed and ran together for president and vice president as candidates of the National Union Party. Okay, so it started in 1864. So that's when we started voting together, in case you wondered. So, been a long time. Been a long time. Okay. I want to touch on this one. So, speaking of presidents, our 39th president, Jimmy Carter, has entered hospice care. I know some of you know about this. Some of you might be hearing about this for the first time. So he's moved to hospice care on Saturday. After a series of short hospital stays, he decided to spend his remaining time at home with his family and receive hospice care instead of additional medical intervention. This came in a statement from the Carter Center. He has the full support of his family and his medical team, and the family asked for privacy during this time and was grateful for concern shown by his many admirers. He turned 98 in October, and he served as president from 77 to 81. He was the longest-lived former president so far. Has suffered from a series of health challenges in recent years, including surviving cancer, a broken hip, a fractured pelvis, and a urinary tract infection being his most recent hospitalizations. He grew up in rural Georgia and served as governor of his state before beating incumbent Gerald Ford in the 76 election. Although he left after one term with poor approval ratings, he has spent the last several decades of his life committed to public service, including his work with the Carter Center and Habitat for Humanity. He's spoken out on political affairs in recent years. He asked Georgia's Governor Brian Kemp to resign from his position as Secretary of State when Kemp was running for governor. He saw Donald Trump as an illegitimate president. He spoke in support of Joe Biden in a video at the 2020 Democratic National Convention. His wife, Rosalind, and he are the longest married couple in presidential history. They made a rare public appearance in their hometown in August. So that's what's going on with him. Yes, he will be known as one of the greatest humanitarians. So, Jimmy Carter, first president I wanted to vote for, but I was too young to vote for. So this is about the Dominion lawsuit. Lawsuit is latest evidence of bogus stolen election claims by Nicholas Riccardi from 2 days ago. Two years after former President Donald Trump's false claims about widespread election fraud sparked an attack on the U.S. Capitol, more evidence is piling up that those who spread that misinformation knew it was false. On Thursday, the voting machine company Dominion filed court papers documenting numerous Fox News personalities knew there was no evidence to support the claims peddled by Trump's allies, but aired them anyway on the nation's most watched cable network. The same day, a special grand jury in Atlanta concluded there was no evidence of fraud. Sorry about that ad. The Trump alleged cost him Georgia during the 2020 election. In December, the Congressional Jan 6 committee disclosed Trump's top advisors, even family members, repeatedly warned him that the allegations he was making about fraud costing him re-election were false, only to have the former president continue making those claims anyway. Latest revelations are not just historical curiosities. They add to the wealth of evidence that there was no widespread fraud during the 2020 presidential election and that even some of Trump's most prominent supporters were aware of the fact. Trump was announced he's running for president again in 2024 and continues to repeat the lie that he lost in 2020 only because of fraud and irregularities. Rick Hazen, a law professor at University of California, Los Angeles, who's followed this closely since 2020, said it demonstrates a profound cynicism about the political process and the gullibility of Trump supporters. It's really playing with fire. It's one thing to make extravagant and unsupported statements about someone's position on taxes or immigration. This is not his quote, but it says, but doing the same about the actual process of voting and counting ballots is different. He said, and he continued, quote, lies about elections are much more dangerous than lies about actual policy, end quote. From the beginning, it was clear Trump's assertions of widespread fraud were false. Trump's own attorney general told him there was no evidence of significant wrongdoing related to the election. He and his supporters filed dozens of lawsuits and lost all of them, a bid to reduce the time voters had to correct errors on Pennsylvania mail ballots. So we've heard that testimony. We've heard, that the attorney general told him that during his term. We've seen that Rudy Giuliani and others filed these lawsuits and only really got one court to listen to them out of the many courts that they tried to file the lawsuits in. Trump claimed that fraud cost him wins in key swing states that determined the White House: Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, but repeatedly reviews of vote tallies or Republican-controlled investigations in those states turned up no evidence that had happened. Not to mention the fact that there is, in every state, procedures in place to verify the vote, throw out bad votes, throw out ballots that are duplicate ballots, throw out ballots that have invalid signatures on them. So, all these things happen all the time. In Michigan, an investigation by the Trump-controlled state Senate found no widespread fraud and debunked several false claims of irregularities from Trump allies. In Nevada, the Republican Secretary of State said there was no evidence of significant errors in the election. In Wisconsin, an audit from the nonpartisan Legislative Audit Bureau, which reports to the Republican-controlled legislature, found the election there was safe and secure. And that's the thing. All of these, as I say, states have their own processes to handle this. It's not like he has to go and create something. In Georgia, where Trump's efforts to overturn the results is being investigated, the 2020 ballots were counted 3 times, each tally confirming Biden's win. That included a hand recount of the 5 million ballots cast in the presidential race. So they're hand recounting these things. In Arizona, a months-long error-riddled review of ballots in the state's largest county, Maricopa, that was run by election conspiracy theorists, ended by finding that Biden had won by a slightly larger margin than official results showed. The review was not more reliable than the official tally by the Republican-run Maricopa County, which has repeatedly said there was no irregularities in the 2020 election there. Yet they will go and say, hey, see, we've got a different tally. But they don't ever look at the fact that the outcome is the same. And they don't ever look at the fact that margin of error and all that sort of thing exists. I mean, as long as it's not, one vote and then suddenly one vote is found that changes it, then it doesn't change anything. He still won, whether he won by a slightly higher margin or this original margin, he still won. Biden still won. So, latest revelation that people spreading Trump's false claims knew there was no evidence to support them comes from a court filing in a defamation suit filed by Dominion Voting Systems against Fox News. Dominion's machines were the targets of Trump and other conspiracy theorist allegations in late 2020 and last year, including the contention that they had been rigged by an international cabal seeking to defeat Trump. Again, The one thing they don't ever get to, though, is the machine. To rig the machine ahead of time, you'd have to know where on the ballot he was going to be placed. I mean, you just have to. You couldn't possibly be there during the actual tally to rig the machine. You don't have that time, and something a test article used to validate the machine would show that the machine was rigged. So you wouldn't be able to really rig the machine. Dominion cites texts and emails between the Fox personalities who did not believe the allegations are the people closest to Trump who spread them most aggressively, including Mayor Giuliani and attorney Sidney Powell. It alleges that the network was cautious about fraud claims, with its top anchor Brett Baer privately stating 2 days after the 2020 election there's no evidence of election fraud. But after Powell and Giuliani began making allegations about fraud that were picked up by conservative competitors, executives and top hosts started worrying about losing viewers to the conservative network Newsmatch, which repeatedly aired unrebutted allegations from Trump's side. Excuse me. Fox started inviting true Trump allies on their show, and Trump executives pushed back on news reporters who tried to fact-check allegations. Tucker Carlson was said to say, Sidney Powell is lying. And he told this to a producer on November 16, 2020. And then 2 days later, turned around to Laura Ingraham and said, our viewers are good people and they believe it. The next day, he was on saying maybe Sidney Powell will come forward soon with details of exactly how this happened and precisely who did it. We're certainly hopeful that he will. So he knew that it was a lie, and yet he on television was telling a totally different story than the truth. Fox filed a counterclaim against Dominion, alleging it was trying to chill coverage of political controversy that it aired denials of the allegations from Dominion and its representatives. So Fox is basically trying to say, we should be able to say whatever we want as long as we air something that denies that it's the truth at a different time of day. Is there any more to that article? Probably not. I think that's all to the article. But there you go again. You know, you have real proof that they knew ahead of time. Now, earlier we talked about Yang worrying about Joe Biden's age. One moment, let me mute my microphone for a second. And now we have Nikki Haley who wants mandatory competency tests for older politicians. And the article by Shirin Ali says, why not implement mandatory testing for lawmakers that checks for alcoholism, gambling, or sex addictions, as the subtitle. Nikki Haley kicked off her presidential campaign this week on February 16th. Stressing the need for generational change in politics, she said she would make sure lawmakers over 75 years old would be subject to mental competency tests. It was a not so subtle dig at President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump, who are 80 and 70 respectively. And her remarks came after Senator Dianne Feinstein, who is 89, announced that she would retire at the end of her term. So the article asked, but are these kinds of screenings actually a good idea? The article's author spoke with 3 experts in geriatric medicine who don't think so. Not only were Haley's comments ageist, they said, but mental competency tests are not necessarily a useful tool to assess a person's leadership ability. The logistics of administering a competency test can be complicated, since some can be done in 5 minutes while others require up to 4 hours. He's quoted, cognitive tests, a lot of them are timed, and we know the neurological processing slows with age. So you can come out looking impaired even if you're not really, said Carolyn Aldwin, a gerontologist and director of the gerontology program at Oregon State University. David Nays, chief of geriatric medicine at University Pittsburgh Medical Center, agreed, saying, quote, those don't necessarily determine that you have capacity, end quote. The test can measure memory, personality, the ability to manipulate information, speech, visual spatial skills, and more, but it can't measure leadership skills or abilities. Nace explained to me that there isn't a single person or validated tool that can measure an intangible quality like leadership. The experts I spoke to also said that designating 75 as the age when tests become mandatory was arbitrary and not rooted in science. Quote, maybe she should talk to my patient who's 95 years old and published a book a year and a half ago, end quote, said David Rubin, Division Chief of Geriatric Medicine at University of California, Los Angeles Center of Health Sciences. It's also important not to generalize, since the aging process doesn't look the same for everyone. Quote, there are huge individual differences in how people age. Some are sharp as a tack at 90 or 100. Some have cognitive impairment in their 50s, end quote. That's from Aldwin. Aldwin, Rubin, and Nace also felt Haley's suggestion could easily be flipped, opening the door to questioning younger politicians' mental fitness. Should we implement mandatory testing for lawmakers that checks for alcoholism or gambling and sex addictions? Quote, if you're going to start down that road of saying people are unfit for office because of a personal issue, why limit it to age, Rubin said. Whether a poor decision is made because of intellectual capacity or it's because of a disease like alcoholism, then the poor decision stands either way, end quote. Yep, I can think of some people that we should be investigating, like Santos, Boebert, Green. I can't think of his name. EDM FLA Girl 38. Tell me that guy that I want to remember, the guy from North Florida. I can see him, but I can't remember his name. Anyway, you know these people. We really should probably investigate their fitness for office. But the problem lies that if you have a litmus test for how people should fit an office, then you end up with a potential litmus test that says, okay, if somebody doesn't have if somebody doesn't have all these qualities, then they can't be a person elected to an office. And this is how we get back to this idea that originally gave us, only white men could be politicians. Alwyn also felt Haley was introducing a slippery slope that could extend beyond presidential candidates. Do we start testing Supreme Court justices, mayors, and governors? She told me. One thing is clear, Haley is using age as a political strategy because our two biggest opponents in this race for president happen to be pretty old. If her opponents were, say, 80 years old, 50 years old, Haley may not have made such a bold suggestion. This is a wonderful soundbite because it gets at her political aim, which is separate myself from the other candidates, said Mace. She's also not the first politician to lean into ageism. In 2020, Trump ran television ads that claimed Biden lacked the stamina and mental fortitude to lead a country, and digital ads that said he is old and out of it. Democrats have also indicated discomfort with Biden's age. Representative Dean Phillips, for example, told Politico that he has concerns about Biden running for re-election. If he were 15 to 20 years younger, it would be a no-brainer to nominate him. So, there's concern within Biden's own party. And you think that she'll get elected when Haley's comment comes through? Interesting. Okay. Hey, this is an interesting article in Rolling Stone. The Democratic plot to take down their impeachment hero. Let's see. Make that bigger. Democratic women's groups and progressive activists are pulling out the stops to slow Representative Adam Schiff's campaign to replace Senator Dianne Feinstein, writes Kara Vo in Rolling Stone. To a certain cadre of loyal MSNBC viewers, Adam Schiff is the platonic ideal of a Democrat, she writes. The California congressman supports universal health care. He eschews corporate PAC money, these days at least. He's an understated former prosecutor who takes his job seriously, even as Washington often descends into fundamental unseriousness. Look no further than his management of then President Donald Trump's first impeachment as proof. For this, he was on the receiving end of the former president's characteristic, uninspired hate speak. He was little and shifty and pencil-necked, weakling, and everything he said was bullshit, in the words of Trump. In the time of tribal fractured politics, there was no great honor, no quality more likely to win him the adoration of his fellow Democrats than be labeled public enemy number one by Trump world. And yet, she writes, in the early stages of the 2024 election cycle, Schiff finds himself facing a riptide of opposition from the Democratic faithful in his Senate race to replace retiring Senator Dianne Feinstein. He may have the support of former Speaker Nancy Pelosi and be the favorite of establishment Democrats, but in the liberal crucible of California politics, being a national figure whose name is practically synonymous with the preservation of democracy does not pave an easy path to the U.S. Senate. The anti-Schiff sentiment is fomenting at the beginning of the insiders' primary, as Rose Kapolsky, longtime campaign manager for former Senator Barbara Boxer, calls it, the behind-the-scenes chatter among the donors, consultants, and activists who lend credibility to nascent campaigns. Some Democratic donors have been strategizing on how to ensure the two women in the race, Representatives Katie Porter, Democrat of California, Barbara Lee, Democrat of California, both liberal stalwarts in their own right, persevere against Schiff. So they'd rather put somebody in there that is lesser known than Schiff. Interesting. I mean, personally, I would rather have Schiff stay in the Congress than risk not having him around. Progressive activists have launched a disparagement campaign carried out in the open on Twitter and in private over group chats that knocks Schiff's past positions on healthcare and criminal justice reform. Others have publicly undermined Schiff's pro-democracy ban by highlighting reports that he hadn't been as eager to impeach Trump as he claims. I don't know why we, as a party, shoot ourselves in the foot. I don't know why we go around shooting ourselves in the foot. It's a torrent of criticism. Schiff supporters have met with eye rolls. He was as progressive as you could be on the most important thing of all, defending the rule of law in our democracy, says Representative Jared Huffman, Democrat from California, who endorsed Schiff's candidacy last month. As for the concerns about identity politics, too much focus on them have gotten us into a lot of trouble. California Assemblymember Tina McKinnor, a black progressive who represents Inglewood and endorsed Schiff. People who look like me may not carry my progressive values. I want the best person for the job. To Democrats devoted to electing women, the possibility of Schiff's election has been met as a five-alarm fire. For most of the last 3 decades, both of the California's U.S. Senate seats were held by women. Feinstein and Boxer were elected in 92, the so-called Year of the Woman. Upon retiring, Boxer was followed in 2017 by Kamala Harris, and when Harris ascended to the vice presidency, her successor was Alex Padilla. Emily's List, the national organization dedicated to electing Democratic women, hasn't ruled out independent expenditures against Schiff. Electing Women Alliance plans to hold events for both Lee and Porter and has been encouraging donors to give to both campaigns. Their strategies oriented toward California's jungle primary system that advances the top 2 vote earners, regardless of party, to the general election to ensure women would hold this seat, says Stacey Mason, EWA's executive director. We find it unconscionable that two men could represent California in U.S. Senate at the historic role the state has played. Yes, but what about worrying about whether democracy stands more so than whether the seat is filled by a woman? If you can't fill the seat by a woman, why wouldn't you just try to get more women in the House of Representatives? Because that's what you have to be thinking about. You have to be thinking about maintaining the seat as a Democrat seat. You have to be thinking about trying to get more women or more Democrats in general into the House to help the House. Others view Lee's candidacy as the opportunity to send a black woman to the Senate, a body with none at present and only two in its entire history, Harris and former Illinois Senator Carol Moseley Braun. California provides a unique path to sending this woman to the Senate that Florida and North Carolina couldn't do in 2022, says Amy Ellison, a California-based Democratic strategist and founder of She the People, which supports women of color running for office. To Lee's backer, her run is about more than simply representation. Lee's quarter century in Congress prepares her best, they argue. If this really was a country whose politics were based on mediocrity as to who was the most qualified, the most experienced, and that would be Barbara Lee, says. Is it mediocrity or metrocracy? Okay, metrocracy. M-E-T. Let me look up that word. M-E-T. I lost the word on the screen here. Metrocracy. Oh, meritocracy. Okay, M-E-R-I. M-E-R. Merit. I think I know what it means. Meritocracy. The notion of a political system in which economic goods and or political power are vested in individual people based upon talent, effort, and achievement rather than wealth or social class. So they're basically saying if you pick the best person for the job, which is what I was trying to say, then this should be the best person for the job. Okay. Most people would have just wrote, if this country was a country whose politics were based on who was the best person for the job and most qualified, then it would be Barbara Lee. But she used a higher valued word. And I think I read it right, but forgive me if I didn't. His progressive detractors point to his congressional debut as a business-friendly Blue Dog Democrat and support for the Iraq War at a time when many of his party had begun to reject it. He no longer accepts corporate PAC money, but his opponents point to the nearly $2 million he previously did. Again, this is Democrats shooting each other in the foot. You know, the old, he did this, so he can't be trusted ever mentality. It's like you're a Democrat, you tell people to grow, you tell them to progress, but then you act like if somebody progresses within your own party, you can't accept them because you have to have somebody who knew this or knew that from day one. And if they didn't know it from day one, they're not good enough. Never mind the fact that they're more electable. It's just, you don't meet all our criteria, so let's just kick you out. And it's like, you know, I want to know if he doesn't win and if he doesn't get to be senator, does he have to give up being a member of the House. This is what bugs me about this. Yeah, they're sexist. I mean, I understand their desire to have somebody that quote unquote represents them, but you got to be very careful about throwing out somebody that's more electable just because they don't meet all your criteria. Okay, it goes on to say that during his shadow bid for Attorney General, he encountered resistance from racial justice activists who faulted him for a tough on crime approach he held during his time during the California legislature. Well, excuse me, tough on crime is exactly what you want. You want somebody that's tough on crime, because if you had him as the Attorney General, you might get more stuff done. While he now embraces the market basket of litmus test, Medicare for All, and the Green New Deal, among others, quote, he hasn't been someone who leads the fight, says Amaris Shergill, the chair of the California Democratic Party's Progressive Caucus. He stands at the back of the crowd and says, I will vote for these things if you force me to. They go on to say the record strikes a contrast to the left flank bona fides of Lee, the only lawmaker to vote against the war in Afghanistan. Okay, so they want somebody that voted against the war in Afghanistan. Are we supposed to just go back to the mentality of before World War II, where we just sit back and go, the United States is the only thing that matters? No, we're not. We are not supposed to go back to that mentality. It matters very much to defend things. I mean, sometimes we have to go to war, because the president wants to go to war. And Afghanistan being a bad example, But I think we would have gone to war in Afghanistan anyway. So, and Porter and Elizabeth Warren-Acklett, who is synonymous with attacking corporate greed as Schiff is with preserving democracy. Schiff's progressive supporters, however, find the charges meritless, saying, quote, trying to extract pretty tests from these metrics is just becoming tiresome, says Huffman, a member of the Congressional Progressive Caucus. Others see Schiff's political evolution as an asset. Constantine Anthony, a member of the Democratic Socialists of America and mayor of Burbank, which Schiff represents in Congress, endorsed Schiff earlier this week on the grounds that the congressman would no longer accept corporate PAC money. Supporting a Democrat, he said, who has decided to fundamentally shift the way money is raised and politics is funded in California is a huge opportunity for us, he said. So I think that's the end of the article. Nope, there's more. Left thinks anti-Schiff sentiment is a byproduct of what U.S. Senate seat in California means for Democrats, a lifetime appointment. Supporters of Lee and Porter argue that California, a vanguard of liberalism in a state ripe for sending the most liberal candidate possible to the Senate. They recall that Senator Bernie Sanders won California's 2020 Democratic presidential primary. They note that in 2018, the California Democratic Party endorsed progressive state Senator Kevin DeLeon over Feinstein was deemed insufficiently progressive. They skate over the recall of Josiah Bowden, the progressive district attorney in San Francisco, who was recalled last summer. This is a generational seat, so it's a big deal, said Jane Kim, the state director of the California Working Families Party. Big racist push an agenda forward. It can be an inflection point in a movement. So they're just fighting for one of those two ladies to be in there instead of him. So we'll see what happens there. Yeah, it's De Leon, Ponce de Leon, De Leon. Yeah, I know. I've messed up on that one, Jim. I love to point out how our Florida governor is always running around to all these other different states. His latest entry into the fray. Is to head to Chicago this coming week, which would be this week. And he's injecting chaos into the mayoral race there by doing so. He's scheduled to speak at a police union. So this is an article by Natasha Korecki. An element drifting into Chicago is stirring up the volatile 9-way mayor's race. And the element is Ron DeSantis. The mention of his name and his trip to the state next week set off a flurry of condemnations and criticisms among the contenders. Created a new opening for the candidates to tee off on one of the polling frontrunners, Paul Vallas, who is backed by the same powerful Chicago Fraternal Order of Police group that DeSantis is speaking before on Monday. So he's speaking tomorrow. One candidate, U.S. Representative Jesus Choi Garcia, called on Vallas to publicly reject DeSantis' visit and said the Republican Florida governor presented a, quote, danger to Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker. Called on every candidate hoping to hold public office in the land of Lincoln to denounce Monday's event. Amid the outcry, Vallas issued a statement Friday fully repudiating right-wing extremist DeSantis and his views, including on the LGBTQ community. That still wasn't enough. On Friday, incumbent Democratic Mayor Lori Lightfoot, who is competing against Vallas in the February 20th election, went further in an interview with NBC News. Ron DeSantis has perfected being bigoted, racist demagogue, but Paul Vallis is fast on his heels, Lightfoot charged. She blasted Vallis for embracing the Chicago FOP, whose conservative leader, John Catanzara, has danced in and out of controversies for years. He also criticized Vallis for appearing before the conservative group Awake Illinois last year, something for which Vallis later apologized. So he can say whatever he wants, Lightfoot added. His actions speak volumes, and his actions are that he's playing footsie with the far-right fringe of the Republican Party. DeSantis lands in the suburbs here Monday to speak before the FOP. For Vallis, DeSantis' visit isn't great timing. Vallis has attempted to fend off any perception that he's really a Republican, a four-letter word in a city where political leanings are typically measured in shades of blue. Yep, Jim, a large protest expected wherever that event is held. You half expect DeSantis' appearance to be canceled. Yeah, Trucker John, going back to the primary for the Senate. A Dem that wins the primary is going to win that seat. It doesn't really matter to me who wins as long as they're Democrat, exactly. But I'm just really concerned that they're watering down their best candidate. That's what concerns me about the thing, because I would hate for a Dem not to win that seat. That's what I would hate in regard to the senator of California. The election February 28 is officially nonpartisan, even though all the candidates are Democrats. Interesting. That such a hubbub would erupt over DeSantis' visit is a testament to the Florida governor's natural rise as a leader within the Republican Party and the polarizing nature of his politics. DeSantis, best known for the kind of culture wars rejected in left-leaning Illinois, is widely expected to launch a campaign for president. The Chicago visit is one in a busy schedule in the upcoming weeks as DeSantis moves his message outside of Florida. Yes, I could have told you that. The dude has been running for president ever since he's been in office. And ever since, for sure, that Trump lost in 2020, he's been running for president in the manner in which he conducts himself. In an interview Friday, Garcia doubted Vallis' sincerity in repudiating DeSantis. Quote, he probably feels a level of discomfort doing so, Garcia challenged. It also questions what kind of leader Paul Vallis would be if he's elected. Can you trust him that he's not really a Republican? A spokesperson for DeSantis had no comment. Vallis' campaign brushed off the pile on Friday, saying it was indicative of a competitive campaign. Chicago is in crisis with crime skyrocketing and taxes soaring, and a desperate Lori Lightfoot is once again trying to change the subject by resorting to false personal attacks, Vallis' campaign said in a statement to NBC News. Vallis also released a lengthy statement on Friday rejecting DeSantis' politics and characterized FOP's hosting DeSantis as problematic. With gun violence and overall crime dominating the issue in the mayor's race, Vallis has embraced his relationship with Chicago's police force, saying gaining the backing of rank-and-file officers could go a long way in helping bridge a lack of trust between Chicago police and the community. This decision by the FOP leadership makes that job harder, Vallis said. I wholeheartedly agree with Governor Pritzker that there is simply no place in Chicago for right-wing extremists like Ron DeSantis, and I'm disappointed in the FOP leadership for inviting him to speak to officers. So that's what Vallis said. He continued DeSantis' record of trying to erase the LGBT community, banning books on Black history, and much more is not in line with my values, the values of our community, or the values of the rank and file police officers who believe that I have no interest in getting swept up in culture wars and National Republican Party politics. So I'm extremely interested because this is the mayor of Chicago, and only certain people actually vocally quoted in this article. And I note that one of those is not the candidate who regularly advertises on WCPT. So that to me is interesting. Speaking of DeSantis, Trump is out there with another attack on him. So this is Trump's latest attack on Ron DeSantis. Ron DeSanctimonious wants to cut your Social Security and Medicare. Closed up Florida and its beaches. Love rhinos Paul Ryan, Jeb Bush, and Karl Rove. Disasters all. Is backed by globalist Club for No Growth, Lincoln Pervert Project, and uninspired Koch. And it only gets worse from there. He's a rhino in disguise whose poll numbers are dropping like a rock. Good luck, Ron. So there's your infighting from Trump. You know, just constantly knocking him because he knows that they're going to be running against each other. Speaking of Trump, time for another video, and this one comes to us from Texas Paul. Let me expand that one out. I got to add in it, so I got to skip the ad. Set the level. So this one comes to us from Texas Paul.
Folks, I want to get ahead of this one. Republicans are coming for Pete Buttigieg again, and you know it's going to be glorious. What I want to get ahead of this for is a lot of what they're attacking him with is very technical in nature, and you got to get out in the weeds to really understand it. I believe I can simplify it so that you can understand it. You know, it's stuff that's just not in your everyday wheelhouse. I'm not saying that you can't understand it. I'm just saying that it's not stuff you deal with on a daily basis, so it's probably not on your plate. You don't really deal with this stuff. So let's get into it. Let's dive into it. A Republican, which was something that has gone extinct, a moderate Republican, guy by the name of Rodney Davis out of Illinois. You never heard of the guy. He never became a GOP firebrand. He never ascended up the ranks because he just basically went and did his job. I mean, I disagree with the man ideologically, but as far as doing his job is concerned, he was just one of those Republicans that don't exist anymore. And they're all Marjorie Taylor Greens and Lauren Boeberts and Anna Paulina Lunas and George Santos's and all the crazies. And You know, they've got McCarthy in leadership. And guys like Rodney Davis are gone. He actually got primaried out of his seat. We didn't defeat him. His district stayed Republican, but another more radical Republican took his job. So anyways, that's the background on Rodney Davis, and why he's important to this story is he sponsored a bill called the FAST Act back in 2015 that Obama signed into law. And it was one of those bills where Republicans and Democrats actually worked together. It got money to state and local authorities and helped modernize transportation and regulate transportation. Where things go south is there was a poison pill put in that bill that we didn't know was a poison pill at the time. You know, this is back in a time when we Democrats were still operating under the notion that the Republicans were a political party. They were an opposition party, and they devolved from that to being just the junk that they are today. They're not an opposition party. They're not anything. They're not a governing party. They're not an opposition party. They are a soap opera is what they are. And that's what we're dealing with today is the soap opera. And it surrounds this FAST Act that Rodney Davis proposed. Now stick with me here. I know this is going to get a little bit technical, but I will make it simple. We got Rodney Davis, Republican, proposes FAST Act. Democrats work with him, get funding they want in it. It's one of those things. It's not sexy to watch. It's a sausage making of government. They got a bill out. Well, it had an Achilles heel in it that Republicans put in it.
So you're wondering what that is, what he's talking about. He's talking about this, the Fixing America's Surface Transportation Act, in case you want to go and actually read it. That's what he's talking about.
That was really straightforward. It circumvented the process of repealing legislation because, you know, Republicans have this whole government is bad mantra. So they want to kill as much regulation as they can all the time. So instead of going through the normal process of repealing a regulation, which is law, you know, you'd go to Congress and they would vote to repeal it. They put a trigger in this bill that if any regulation under the purview of this bill has a cost benefit analysis that shows that it is not cost effective, the bill gets automatically repealed. Now, I don't know how that's legal. I don't plan to argue that. That's a story for another time. Somebody smarter than me, like Ben Meiselas, could probably describe that, you know, explain that situation to you a little better. But that's basically how the FAST Act worked. It just repeals that legislation. So Democrats signed on to it. They did. Because back in 2015, we had no idea what would happen to our government under Trump. We had no idea what the Republican Party had turned into at that point. You know, it was already eating its own. Anybody that worked with a Democrat was primaried out of office, and you know, they became this radicalized institution. We failed to see that happening and before our eyes at that time. So President Obama signed this bill into law. Where it comes into this train wreck that they're trying to blame on Pete Buttigieg, if you don't know, there was a train wreck up in Ohio. Some rail cars carrying acrylate and vinyl chloride gas derailed. And those things are deadly. They're deadly. And they've been cleaning that mess up. They're cleaning that mess up today. Republicans are coming at Pete Buttigieg, blaming him for not reinstituting, now follow me here, not reinstituting a regulation that the Trump administration used the FAST Act's poison pill to repeal which might have helped in this crash.
If you've got a flat roof like this one right here, and you don't want to spend tens or even hundreds of thousands of dollars, then do not repair and do not replace it, even if it's leaking. Why do I say that? A repair only kicks the can down the road. It's never a permanent solution. Sometimes it's only your only option, but these flat roofs are made of hundreds.
Hey, I don't know whether there's more to that or not. Hang on, because it's still playing the ad. So let me see. Yeah, there is more to that. Sorry about that. There's an ad that popped up in the middle of it.
Used its DOT because rail transportation companies were throwing a lot of campaign contributions at them. It was pretty evenly split for a long time, but the Republicans wanted more of that juice, man. They wanted more of those donations. So they agreed to do a cost benefit analysis using the data that the train companies provided them. And they declared that a device called an ECP, it's not real complicated, folks. It's an electronically controlled pneumatic brake. What that means is it's a brake system when pressurized, pulls the brakes off the drums, the surface that they stop. And if it ever loses pressure, it automatically applies. It's the same braking system that are in big trucks. So if there's ever a catastrophic failure or any kind of wreck, all the cars that lose pneumatic pressure will slam on the brakes and stop the train and keep it from becoming a huge pileup. So transportation companies don't like that regulation. They're not cheap. They're not cheap. Rail cars aren't easy to do brake jobs on, folks. They're not. They don't want to do this. So they presented a cost-benefit data for a cost-benefit analysis to the Trump administration. And the Trump administration did it, and through the FAST Act, had the regulation repealed that required cars carrying certain kinds of chemicals to have these ECP systems on it. And this is where it gets a little complicated, folks. The problem with the accusations that Republicans are levying at Pete Buttigieg, they're doing it in a little bullet point. Pete Buttigieg caused train wreck because he didn't reapply legislation signed by Obama. They totally leave Trump out of it. They totally leave, the FAST Act out of it. They totally leave how we got here out of it and just blame Pete Buttigieg, which is bullshit. I mean, it's just bullshit. Pete Buttigieg is part of the administration. He cannot just create legislation, which this FAST Act repeals regulation. I repeals legislation. Pete Buttigieg cannot willy-nilly rewrite that legislation and put it back in place. That has to go through Congress. And guess who in Congress would not allow that to happen? That's right, folks, the Republicans. They are taking their failure and trying to paste it onto Pete Buttigieg. So let me run through this one more time. You've got the FAST Act, which came from the Republicans. It repealed a regulation that increased the safety of rail cars during the Trump administration. The Trump administration, to appease these companies and increase donations to Republicans, repealed this regulation that these transportation companies wanted repealed because it cost them money. They are now blaming that on Pete Buttigieg in a perfect little bullet point saying Pete Buttigieg didn't reapply Obama era regulation. Therefore, this train wreck is his fault, which is bullshit because it's even worse than what I just explained to you. Not only is it their fault that regulation was repealed, these two gases would not have been regulated under that regulation, because like I said, it's specifically applied to only certain types of chemicals. You know, like gasoline would have, a car full of gasoline or a car full of oil would fall under these regulations and have to have ECP braking systems. Before the Republicans' little poison pill in the FAST Act repealed it, those are the kind of chemicals that would. I'm sorry, folks, vinyl chloride would not have been covered. These chemicals just would not have been covered. So it's a completely false allegation to begin with. That regulation would not have applied in this situation. So what have we learned? We cannot deal with Republicans this way. We cannot make deals with Republicans. We must overrun them. We must run them out of office. We must do what we have to do. You know, they gerrymander Texas and Florida and all their red states to the maximum. We don't do that as Democrats. We need to start. We do, folks. We need to start. Florida, New York, every major blue state out there needs to be gerrymandered just as bad as Ohio. We do. And we need to run Republicans out of office so we can quit making these deals and these cooperative legislation deals that end up biting us in the ass. You know, we try as Democrats constantly to maintain our democracy. And we keep trying to treat the Republicans as though they are a legislating party, as though they are a governing party, as though they are an opposition party. And they are not. They are not, folks. They're not. They're wholly corrupt. They're sick. And we cannot deal with them. So as you see the attacks being levied again at Pete Buttigieg, know a couple things. One, they're terrified of the man. He walks into the lion's den. He goes on to Fox News and destroys these people. They cannot debate against him. When Pete Buttigieg gets his day and runs for president, his Republican opponent will not hold debates with him. That he'll refuse to debate, I guarantee you. And two, we have to learn to not treat Republicans as though they are part of the legislature or part of the judiciary or we have to treat them as they are, as they name themselves in their own, political action committee groups. You had CPAC, they called themselves domestic terrorists. They put it up on a banner above that. We have to treat them that way, folks. Clarence Thomas is not a Supreme Court justice. He's a radical activist that has been put in the most horrible of places by Republicans. It's just, these are not people that can run our government. They just aren't. So when you hear the accusations levied at Pete Buttigieg, know the background, understand what they're saying so that we can blunt this and we can yet again deal with the Republicans leveling false allegations. I love criticism, folks. Criticism is the stone in which you keep yourself sharpened. But false criticism is someone just throwing stones at you. We need to get rid of the Republicans, folks. And we do it this way, by us communicating. So please, if you can, hit the subscribe button. Not if you can, hit the subscribe button. I'm telling you, if it's something you haven't done for whatever reason, hit it and you'll see it's a good thing for you. It's a good thing for you.
So please do that. Please subscribe to Texas Paul. Go out and find him on YouTube and subscribe to him, because I'm going to show you some of his videos, but I'm not possibly going to show you all his videos, but you can see just how important it is to watch.
And please, if you can, support us. You're about to see a commercial from the guys. Check out their Patreon page. We do good work here, folks. Help us out.
The best part.
Okay, so I will tell you that to go to Midas Touch, do give them the appropriate support that they deserve if you can. At the very least, share their content. help it get to others. Okay, thank you so much. We love those videos from Texas Paul. And I think, there was a little bit of thinking that Trump removed something. It sounded to me, you can disagree though, but it sounded to me that Trump didn't even have to remove a law there. It sounded to me like the law removed itself when certain circumstances were met. And we have to really watch out for that. We have to watch out for these booby traps in the law that everything sounds great on the surface of it, and then something happens that if you don't continue to add to the legislation or write that portion of the law out, that it's going to phase itself out automatically if some competitive thing is met. Because to me, that's what it sounded like. It sounded like something competitive was met, and then they were allowed to use brakes they should not have been allowed to use on these trains. You can go back and review that yourselves and see if you get a different opinion. But to me, that's what it sounded like. That's why tonight is Trump derailed his own train and more is the title of tonight's show. Because Trump was always out there, and his supporters were always out there. Get on board the Trump train, get on the Trump train, it's a Trump train. Using a train as a symbol for his support. Yeah, but would he really actually get on a train given what happened? Nope. He wouldn't actually get on a real train. He wouldn't campaign on a train the way politicians used to campaign. He'd be afraid. So, hey, Kelly, welcome. Saw you jump in here. Good to have you here. Bonjour. Okay. A few more here. I got a long one. I should save the long one for the end. After listening to the story that we just listened to, I think we need a little bit of uplifting story again. So we mentioned Jimmy Carter earlier. This is in 2019, President Jimmy Carter, the oldest living former president of the United States history, at age 95, built Habitat for Humanity homes in Nashville. He represents the best of humanity. I don't know if there's audio on this or not, but let's see. So that was just a short little video, but you can see the former president there building and putting things together. What a wonderful man he is. It'd be sad to see him go. Got that one, got that one. That one, got a positive story, possibly for the end. I want to get to this one because Jim suggested this one. So let's see what this story is about. Probably need to make this bigger. It's in a Daily Cause. The article says we should be pretty concerned about SpaceX. So Monday, February 13th. And it's by Motoco. Seeing the image of Elon Musk sitting at the Super Bowl with Rupert Murdoch brought this topic back to the front of mind for me. The image tells us quite a bit about Elon's political leanings these days. We can choose to buy EVs other than Tesla, and those choices are increasing rather rapidly, and we can choose to avoid Twitter. But SpaceX is now in a position to dominate a substantial portion of our ability to access orbit, and that's worrisome. Yeah, SpaceX is currently the only contractor that provides services for NASA. And at the moment, we're waiting for Boeing to continue to be able to provide their services, but they've yet to do that. In fact, the next crew launch is the 26th of this month, and that is on SpaceX and not Boeing. So we're waiting to see when Boeing will be ready, but Boeing allegedly should be ready this summer. So we'll see. The article continues, it also holds major roles in maintaining the International Space Station and in the Artemis program. Now, that's because, as I just said, it's the only U.S. spacecraft taking astronauts to the space station. And it's the only craft besides the Russian craft that could lift the space station to orbit at this time. Because that's one of the things, the ISS stays up because it's constantly in a state of fall. It's put into orbit and raised there by the rocket engines on the rockets that deliver the astronauts or the payloads to the space station. It's in a constant state of falling. That's what provides its orbit, and it has to be raised back up. So you have to have a rocket to raise it back up periodically to keep it in orbit. In regards to the Artemis program, unless another lander is approved, the SpaceX Starship, when it is worthy of flying into orbit, will be the lander for the moon program for Artemis. And Artemis's purpose is to go to the moon. So that really does mean they have both of the largest aspects of the space program in their wheelhouse. And a lot of their market power is coming from U.S. taxpayer dollars, the article continues. Elon Musk owns a controlling 48% of SpaceX. Their competition is unfortunately rather limited right now. Yes, as I just outlined, Boeing is not ready with the Starliner yet, but they're working on it. Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy are both technologically cool. Partial reusability is one of the keys to less expensive access to space. But the article continues, but I don't think we should let that cool technology blind us to the risk of putting too much dependence on this one company. So the article writer would like the fact that NASA is wanting to have Boeing with the Starliner, and that NASA does use other rockets besides SpaceX to do specific tasks. Having NASA as a reliable customer has been a boon to SpaceX. This is an example of taxpayer dollars funding development of proprietary capabilities. It's not like the days of Apollo when the design specs and capabilities of much of the hardware were held largely in the public domain and the details part of every press package. Sure, private companies built the hardware, but NASA ran the show. A lot of SpaceX technology is held close to the vest. Now, if you don't understand what that means, is in the Apollo era, you had design specs completely by NASA. You had bidding done to fulfill the criteria of the design specs. And bids would go out every year for what each company was doing. So it was not uncommon for particularly by the time you got to the space shuttle era, to have what was then known as United Space Alliance, which is a fancy way of saying that an alliance of companies got together to create what was needed to make the space shuttle work. And who was in charge and who was the lead company might change from year to year or during the tenure of the contract. A contract would expire, somebody else would get the contract, somebody else would lead the charge. But in general, things were done a certain way. And when you talk about Apollo, you're talking about a certain company building the rocket, another one building the engine, another one building the moon lander, another one building the engines for that. So that's why in the Apollo era or in the shuttle era, you might see people around. You see the people that put the astronauts on board the spacecraft. Those people would have numbered uniforms because those are NASA employees. They have a specific number that refers to them so that they can be identified on camera as, okay, number one is there, number two is there, this person is there. Their function is this. They know what they're there for. But when you go to a scene where you can see them building something or putting something together, if you could see the behind the scenes footage of that, you would see all the different names of all the different companies on all the different uniforms because, you have the different people of that era. But with SpaceX, everything is SpaceX. So even with every launch, when you launch, as they will on the 26th, you have the NASA people talking. You have the SpaceX people talking. If you have a cosmonaut on board that mission, you have Roscosmos talking. And if you have a Japanese astronaut, then you have JAXA talking. So they all get involved. They all have their stage. NASA does do a portion of the countdown, and NASA does control ground systems and this and that, but SpaceX actually controls the rocket. and the final countdown to launch. So that's why you have so many different people, so many different teams involved. And the actual details of things going on with SpaceX, as it says, a lot are held close to the vest. So the technical details, I'm given to understand there's a certain amount of details are available to NASA, their evaluation, but certain things are proprietary and NASA doesn't really know about those things. So Falcon 9 currently provides U.S. access to the International Space Station, but that will change with Boeing's long-delayed CST-100, which is called Starliner, becoming available later this year, expected to be by summer. Multiple options are a good thing, says the article. SpaceX also launches a substantial portion of our national security payloads these days, including very large payloads with Falcon Heavy. That's because Falcon Heavy took over for United Launch Alliance and Atlas rockets, because Atlas rockets are now phased out. So when the article says older, heavier lift boosters are being retired, that's the Atlas rocket, the Atlas V series. But there will be competition from the new ULA Vulcan Centaur. So ULA Vulcan Centaur really hasn't flown yet, but it's coming. And it is my understanding that it's a bigger rocket too. Department of Defense should ensure that competition stays healthy, says the article, in the delivery of military payloads. Project Artemis will be dependent on SpaceX both for development of the human landing system, that's specifically Starship, and for gateway logistics missions to the lunar orbit. Again, that's Starship. So there will be a version of Starships that configured to land on the moon, and there will be versions of Starships meant to carry more cargo. And Gateway is when you build a moon base. You're building a base. You're landing things on the moon, but you're building a base that orbits around the moon, I believe. Because the idea is to get the moon's resources and be able to do more things in space and reduce the amount of payload that has to be launched from Earth. Falcon Heavy will be used for resupply missions. The human landing system, that's the Starship, is currently envisioned as a variant of the SpaceX Starship upper stage. So it'll be a specially equipped SpaceX Starship. Gateway resupply could conceivably be handled by other boosters, but the lander has a unique and crucial role, and the proprietary technical expertise gained at taxpayer expense will further enshrine dependence on this one company controlled by one man with questionable motivations. Well, true. I mean, you could say that he's in charge of the company, but he isn't actually the president of the company, because the president of the company, I don't believe he's the president of the company. Let me look that up. I think, who is the president of? Glenn Shotwell is the president of SpaceX. So he may be the owner, but she's the president. She's the businesswoman in charge of it. And so she has a lot of say in how it operates. She's the president and chief operating officer. So that's Glenn. Let me. She's the president and chief operating officer. And if you look up she had an interview with IBM on the day of the Space Shuttle Challenger disaster. She didn't get the job offer. She worked at Chrysler. She worked at Aerospace Corporation. And she joined SpaceX in 2002. In December 2008, she was promoted a company president. And she's the one who negotiated the commercial resupply services contract. It doesn't really say what it was, but she was young and like working in the business office. So it doesn't really say in that article, but as I remember, I think she was like a spokesperson at SpaceX and she became the president. Because she used to, like, in my memory, from what I've seen, I think she gave like tours of SpaceX before. So she was like a spokesperson and a business person. And then she became the chief operating officer and president. Okay, the article continues, add Starlink to a list of my concern. We're already seeing his influence in where he allows Starlink to be used, and he's limited it. He's not allowing the Ukrainian military to use Starlink. So the article is concerned with Elon being able to become the major provider for rural broadband. And the article writer is not comfortable with that at all. The article writer, though, is not considering the fact that Starlink has opposition in that market, though. I mean, people might buy into Starlink because it's the first available system, but there are other systems to get internet via satellite. And the irony is some of those competing systems are being launched by SpaceX Falcon 9s. The article says, I don't know a lot of near-term solutions for the issue of SpaceX dominance. I do think we need to lean on our lawmakers to keep Elon Musk from getting an even bigger piece of the pie than he already controls. One man controlling so much of such a critical set of technologies is concerning. Either the role of SpaceX needs to be more limited or the control of the company needs to be less concentrated. So that's the article's opinion. I think that the article writer will get his wish because I think that the market will drive people to make other decisions. I personally don't like the price of Starlink. I think it's overpriced. And that's one thing that I have against it. So we'll just see, we'll see how it goes. I think that the alternatives, and let me get the alternatives. To Starlink. And the best alternative to Starlink is HughesNet. So this is a recent article, so this should be good enough to have what you want. So that's the highlighted portion, but there should be more in there. That's the one I was looking for. So this is a Code Carbon article and the best alternatives you should know about to Starlink. I could read the whole article, but I'll just highlight them. There's HughesNet. So HughesNet is out there already. I think the one thing that has been keeping HughesNet down by comparison is their speed, because HughesNet speed is typically comparable to like having DSL in your neighborhood. So HughesNet is kind of pricey. If you already have DSL in your neighborhood that you can get via wired or fiber or whatever to your neighborhood, get the wire to your house, then you're probably going to get a cheaper DSL from your local internet provider than you're going to get the same kind of service from HughesNet. Viasat, though, is a good contender. So Viasat's a Canadian internet provider. That is similar to HughesNet. Obviously, if you have Google Fiber coming to your neighborhood, you would probably want Google Fiber because that's super fast. AT&T is putting out fiber now, so that's a contender. Xfinity is putting out fiber now. Telesat is another company. I don't know that much about that. CastleNet, not really sure. There should be another one of these, though. It's interesting that they don't mention, because there should be another company besides that. Okay, this is the one I was trying to think of. This is the one that's launching now. So the other competitor would be OneWeb. And OneWeb is just now beginning to launch. And the difference between OneWeb and Starlink is SpaceX's baby. It's their own internal internet via satellite that they manage, build, handle. But what OneWeb is their competitor. OneWeb was going to launch before the Ukraine war on Russian rockets, but because of the Ukraine war, can't launch on Russian rockets. So OneWeb is actually now launching theirs on SpaceX, and they're a little bit behind compared to Starlink with the rollout of their satellites, but they are starting to build their own satellite network. So OneWeb will be a competitor to Starlink. That one is still a long one. That one is a good one. That one is a short one. We just talked about technology, so let's talk about technology again. So this is the article in the US Sun. And Google is warning millions of users to check important iPhone and Android app setting now. You're telling users, do you realize the photos that you capture have the location information in it? Photo locations come from multiple sources, including locations estimated by Google Photos. We stopped using location history to estimate photo locations, but will continue estimating using other sources when estimating missing locations is on. Choosing Keep means you can use existing locations to organize and find photos. See more in our privacy policy. So they're telling you now in the Google Photos app that your photos are going to store the location. But not everyone is comfortable with the idea of locations being logged, particularly for photos taken at home and work. You use Google Photos to store your images. The tech giant is now alerting you about something related, calling estimated photo locations. This takes things like visible landmarks to work out where the photo was taken. As the alert explains, photo locations come from multiple locations, including locations estimated by Google Photos. Google stopped using location history to estimate photo locations, but they are continuing to guess using other sources when using estimate missing locations is switched on. When you open the Google Photos app, you'll be asked whether you want to keep any existing estimated locations or whether you want to remove them. If you decide to delete them, you'll be warned before deleting estimated photo locations based on location history may result in permanent loss of those estimated location. Your photos will be kept. It'll be up to you to decide what you're comfortable with. Either way, get thinking before May comes. If you don't choose to keep your estimated locations before May 1st, Google will automatically remove the estimations. So basically, they're warning you that you have photos. Now, granted, depends on how you share the photos. Because if you put a photo on Facebook and you don't identify the location, you've already destroyed the location information that was originally in the photo. Because once you put the photo on Facebook, it saves it under its saving convention. Well, Jim, see, some people may not realize that they're giving people photos that were pulled off their phone. Because if they're sharing the photo directly from the phone or the tablet directly to someone, like sending it to them in Messenger or sending it by email. Sending it by email, if you send the original photo and you keep the original photo size and integrity, you are sending it along. So the recipient of the photo will get all of the information, all of the metadata that was in the original photo, which includes the information. of where it was taken, right down to the exact location. So you got the exact location, you got date and time when the photo was taken, all in that photo. So yeah, got to be careful when you put a photo to somebody. I mean, think about that. Think about the fact that if you are a person who is divorced from somebody who gets to see your child because you used to be married to that somebody, or otherwise in a relationship with that somebody, and you like give that person a picture of your birthday party and you're staying in a place that that person's not supposed to know about, now they have the information. So very, very careful. Be very careful what you do with photos. Examine the photo. No, 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 no. So this is a troubling new Idaho bill. New Idaho bill would criminalize anyone administering COVID-19 mRNA vaccines. And this is Bruce Y. Lee's coverage for Forbes. And these ads. If two Idaho state lawmakers get their way, it would become a criminal misdemeanor to administer a COVID-19 mRNA vaccine in Idaho. Yep, you heard that correctly. State Senator Tammy Nichols and State Representative Judy Boyle, both Republicans, have co-sponsored House Bill 154 for Idaho, otherwise known as the Gem State. Yeah, this bill is quite a gem if you've been collecting all of the what the fuck moments from the COVID-19 pandemic. On February 15th, Nichols introduced HB 154 via House Health and Welfare Committee. Here's a tweet from Nichols about this introduction, along with a reply from Ryan Marino, MD, an assistant professor of emergency medicine and psychiatry at the Case Western Reserve University School of Medicine. Let me get that thing bigger. Hopefully it doesn't. Okay, it can't be that big because then it takes it off the screen. Today I introduced a bill, says Senator Tammy Nichols, to ban all messenger ribonucleic acid technology, mRNA, in the state of Idaho as we pass the Freedom in Education Savings Account out of the Senate Education Committee to fund students and not systems, putting families in control of their education dollars. Ryan Marino, MD, replies back, "You should have read a book instead." Indeed, Ryan. Yes, apparently Nichols wants to ban all mRNA technology from the state of Idaho, but wait until you see whom she wants to punish. This bill itself didn't have a whole lot of verbiage. It simply stated that, quote, a person may not provide or administer a vaccine developed using messenger ribonucleic acid technology for use in an individual or any other mammal in this state, end quote. So, not only, hello, Benny Loco, hello, Jolie, not only is she saying that humans can't have it, but she's also saying animals can't have it. Any other mammal in this state. So you can't give it to humans, you can't give it to monkeys, you can't give it to any other mammal. So in other words, this would apply giving mRNA vaccines not only to humans, but also to other mammals such as bighorn sheep, if you're so inclined. The next line clarified that a person who violates this section is guilty of a misdemeanor. Of course, to date, humans have been the main recipients of COVID-19 mRNA vaccines and not bighorn sheep. And while some humans and many bots have been spreading very vocal about spreading anti-vaccination messages, bighorn sheep have been rather quiet about them. So this bill is really not full of sheep as of now. It is full of something else, though. Yep. It's full of bullshit. Nichols and Boyle are doing this during a time when our country should be trying to find better ways to control these severe acute respiratory syndrome, coronavirus 2, SARS-CoV-2. It's not as if Idaho has done a good job at controlling the spread of the virus. Throughout the course of the COVID-19 pandemic, Idaho has a total of 517,654 reported COVID-19 cases and 5,402 reported COVID-19 related deaths, according to New York Times. While things with the COVID-19 pandemic have improved since a year ago and the pandemic could transition into a seasonal virus situation in 2023, the pandemic is by no means over yet. Meanwhile, Idaho has had the sixth lowest COVID-19 vaccination rates among the U.S. states and territories. Only 56% of the population have been fully vaccinated based on data from New York Times. This breaks down to 19% of 5 to 11-year-olds, 41% of 12 to 17-year-olds, 61% of 18 to 64-year-olds, and 89% of those 65 years or older. Again, this is just being fully vaccinated, meaning the first 2 doses of COVID-19 vaccine. Booster rates have been much, much lower. All in all, these Idaho numbers, I don't know, are kind of bad. I would go to say, yes, it's really bad. If passed, such a bill could put well-meaning healthcare workers at risk of criminal punishment just for administering a vaccine that's been authorized by the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. The U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention offers a summary of scientific studies supporting the use of COVID-19 vaccine. So does World Health Organization and New England Journal of Medicine. COVID-19 vaccination is not 100% risk-free, but evidence to date has shown that the benefits far outweigh the risk. Doesn't this bill sort of say to healthcare professionals, yeah, we know you've been under stress throughout this pandemic, so let's just give you something else to worry about now? So why is Nichols choosing now of all times to introduce this bill? According to Alexandria Duggan reporting for KTVB 7 News, Nichols told the House Health and Welfare Committee, we have issues. The vaccine was fast-tracked. She continued by saying, I think there's a lot of information that comes out with concerns to blood clots and heart issues. So if Nichols is concerned about what happened at the federal level with Pfizer and Moderna, why not address these companies directly rather than try to punish innocent healthcare workers? Or if Nichols wants more testing, of the vaccines to be done? How about pushing for more funding to support such research? Unless introducing this bill is more about, let's see, politics perhaps. Nichols did add that there are other shots we could utilize that don't have mRNA in it. This latter statement is true. The Novavax COVID-19 vaccine, for example, uses recombinant version of SARS-CoV-2 spike protein rather than mRNA that gets your cells to produce the spike protein, as I've described in Forbes. If Nichols really wanted to promote use of such alternatives, maybe a better strategy would be find ways to increase the supply of our access to Novavax COVID-19 vaccine. House Bill 154 didn't specifically mention COVID-19, probably because Nichols and Boyle seem to be trying to target future mRNA vaccines as well. You think? Yes. Researchers, biotech companies, and pharmaceutical companies have been working on mRNA vaccines to prevent other types of infectious disease, such as the flu, as well as cancer. So basically, these two don't care if we cure cancer or not either, do they? You want to just take them and shake them and go, wake the fuck up. Presumably, such future mRNA vaccines would have to go through the full testing and approval process that other vaccines and medications would go through before reaching the market. And more people would have to die. I want to say something here I can't say, but more people would have to die. How can you be for that? More people dying. If such mRNA vaccines prove to be effective against other such problems, this House Bill 134, should it become law, could hinder the Idaho population's ability to access such technology. The Idaho state motto is Esto Perpetua, which translates to it is perpetual. Well, it won't be perpetual if you kill all the people the fuck off. Jeez Louise. If Idaho lawmakers don't want pandemic preparedness in response to be a perpetual problem, then maybe they should focus on instituting new ways to detect and control infectious pathogens versus introducing legislation that doesn't really solve any problems. Thank you, Bruce Lee. You are named after somebody that you're worthy to be named after, sir. Okay, we got the long one, and we got the positive story. We need a positive story after that. There are a lot of sad stories. A lot of sad stories in regards to the earthquake, but there are some positive stories. This article is by Daniel Estrin and Game Yilmazel. I'm going to pretend that's how it's said. And the article is in NPR, and it's about a couple's bedroom and how it caved in during an earthquake and how it saved their lives. So this is the 34-year-old, and he and his 27-year-old wife survived the earthquake that struck Turkey. Ali and Merve Kofendek, I'm going to use the American pronunciation. Apologies if that's completely wrong. Were sleeping in bed when their 6-story apartment building started to shake. A little after 4 a.m. on February 6th, she poked him and woke him up. There's an earthquake, she said. It'll pass, he replied. Then the Then the two opposite bedroom walls caved in, forming a concrete tent over their bed. It was so low they couldn't sit up. We were stuck under the walls with the shape of an upside-down V. That's what protected us. The catastrophic earthquake has killed more than 43,000 people in Turkey and Syria. The Associated Press reported that statistic on Friday. Their town was the hardest hit. Out of the dozens who lived in the 18-unit apartment building, only 2 others escaped alive. This is what their building looked like before the quake. Now I got into this. I don't know how to get back out of it. See if that get me back out of it. Yeah, I got into the view. Can I get past it? Okay. And the article tells how they stayed alive during the rubble. A tip wall creating a small cavity is one way several lucky people managed to stay alive under the rubble after the massive earthquake and aftershocks. Some found themselves by chance trapped underneath a wall that fell over onto a bed or another object, creating a small triangle that protected them. They have a space to live, says Osman Turk, a response specialist on Turkey's National Medical Rescue Team coordinating triage units that help survivors pulled out of the rubble. That's Turk in the picture. In one case, a wall fell onto a refrigerator, giving a 7-year-old girl a protective space and food to survive for 4 days before she was rescued. For those who survived for days under the rubble, the cold weather also helped, medics say, because survivors didn't sweat much, delaying dehydration. The couple thought they would die, even though they were only trapped for about an hour and a half. That was one option we thought. Like any minute, there's going to be something that's going to come crashing down on our heads, and this is going to end. He covered his wife with the bed covers and threw himself over her to protect her. They cried together and prayed together. We were saying to each other that we came from God, we'll go back to God, he says. He heard the buildings sink and the earth move. It was a sound he'd never heard before in his life, strong and loud like low thunder. It feels like a supernatural sound, he says, like the sound that we hear in sci-fi movies. The building shifted and crumbled. The 3 floors above their apartment fell into the street, but somehow an opening formed in the wall. It was too dusty to see anything, but he felt it, snowy, cold air. That's when he heard his neighbor screams, "My baby's stuck here, my leg is stuck there, my mother's under there, my dad's over there." So the two also shouted, and someone came to pull them out. The husband was barefoot, so another man gave him a pair of shoes. He said, "I have 7 children who are stuck under the rubble over there. I just heard you, so I tried to help you, so I came for you. But now I need to go and deal with my children." Their home was about half a mile from the estimated fault line. 9 days after the quake, they were back in the disaster zone. The husband with his brother to retrieve the registration papers from his buried car for an insurance claim. It was the first time he returned to the ruins of his home. "Seeing it, it feels like I'm living through all of this over again. I'm feeling fear, sadness, and loss," he said. He teaches kindergarten and he teaches 1st through 4th grade. They've tried calling their colleagues, but they can't reach them. He thinks they died. One of the few things he could recover from the building were letters of appreciation from his students. He wonders how many of them survived. Good news came a few days later. After years of trying, he finally got accepted to teach in a school that pays about triple the salary he used to make. I can't call this more than a miracle, said the brother. So that was a feel-good story for the day. I wanted to have that. So just thought we would enjoy that. This is possibly the longest story of the day. Hopefully we don't get a copyright strike on this, because we're not trying to do it to boost our algorithm or anything, but be that as it may. So this is a video thread by Ford Fisher. It's hundreds of gun rights supporters, most arms, assembled for the 10th annual Second Amendment rally outside the Arizona State Capitol. The footage in this thread of tweets is from N2S Reports, and it is available for license. So I hope N2S News to Share is their name, run by the individual sharing it. So I hope he doesn't mind if we share it. So this is from that Arizona Second Amendment gun rally.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. For the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
We the people, you, me, all of us, we are the stewards of the U.S. Constitution and remain ultimately responsible for its continued existence and its faithful interpretation. And I want to thank you all for being here today to celebrate this with us. And God bless you, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
At today's event, we have brought together a diverse group of some of the best experts on the topic of our Second Amendment.
Now get this number. We have 325 million residents estimated. We have 400 million privately owned firearms across this nation. By responsibly armed citizens, again, this statistic came from CNN, so they lie for a living. And again, I think these are estimated and rookie numbers that we can definitely pump up, right? Just saying.
To him. I need to thank MMP Guns over here.
The fact that we have more guns is not enough for her. We have to have more guns and have bigger numbers. Oh my God. Just makes you ill.
Here, they're a platinum sponsor. They put a lot together to be able to, for us to be able to do this for you.
I believe that Jesus would support the Second Amendment. And I actually believe it's biblical, and I want to share with you why that is.
What part of the Bible do you get that from? I have no idea. Honestly, the people that go to these things.
Because if you read some of the New Testament, and if you don't, that's fine, but find a Bible, you can read this. Jesus actually asked his disciples to sell their cloak and get a sword if they did not have one. Here's why he did that. He knew there was a presence of evil. He knew that evil needed to be resisted. It's the same reason why we have this Second Amendment. It's actually to resist the potential tyrannical leadership and evil that exists in the world.
Sell a cloak and get a sword. I surely do not remember that. This clip says they can't define assault weapon, but somehow they want to ban assault weapons, says Arizona Congressman Representative Andy Biggs. I've really had it in Washington, D.C. I'm trying to understand why it's okay for us to transfer your tax dollars to Ukraine. So he is not for Ukraine. You know, in other words, in his opinion, it's okay to fight for the quote unquote freedom of America, but don't let anybody else try to fight for the same kind of freedom.
They're not going to stop at guns. You know, they basically have de facto gun registries. That's what they want to do. They want to know who's got guns. They want to know what kind of guns you have. They want to go after the ammunition manufacturers.
And the Second Amendment says, sir, a well-regulated militia. The Second Amendment itself outlays the fact that you can regulate how many guns there are and who can have them.
They're going after every accoutrement, including the brace, the gun brace. They can't define an assault weapon, but somehow they want to ban assault weapons. Well, I've really had it in Washington, D.C. It's the most corrupt place I've ever seen on the planet.
Only because Republicans are in there. So if you think it's the most corrupt place, it's because you have so many Republicans in D.C.
And I'm trying to understand why it's okay for us to transfer your tax dollars to Ukraine so they can be weaponized, but they want to take away the weapons and guns of American citizens.
We don't want to take away your weapons and guns. We just want to take away guns you shouldn't have so that you do not turn into Russia, enslaving us to do whatever you want.
Not my problem. Let's go, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon. Yes, sir. When you say let's go, Brandon, I'm thinking of the State of the Union address I just was at. I can't help it. I'm not going to take too much of your time because everybody here knows what the fight is about. And I have to use the.
Are you sure about that? They don't seem to know what the fight is about. All they can say is, let's go, Brandon. If they really knew what the fight is about, they would be educating you right now, sir, and telling you what to do.
The word fight euphemistically, right? I mean, figuratively. You can't say fight. It's not politically correct to say fight for your rights anymore. But you're under attack. You're being surveilled by the federal government. And I'm just telling you right now, if we're going to turn this around, it's going to take patriots at the state level, at the local level, and at the federal level. They're not going to.
Okay, so he just said you're being surveilled by the federal government. So he just admitted that the federal government can surveil things. So therefore, the federal government can surveil a balloon coming over our airspace and know what's going on with it. He just admitted that capability exists. So, you know, maybe he didn't want to use that term. This is very disconcerting. One masked individual at the Second Amendment rally outside the Arizona Capitol in Phoenix brought out a guillotine, which he demonstrated is actually functional. When I asked why he brought it, Ford Fisher says, he simply answered, why not? So if you have sensitive individuals who shouldn't watch this, please have them tune out at this point. But here you go. If Jan 6 wasn't enough to scare you, this is the kind of thing they bring to a gun rally.
George Nime from MAAP Real Talk Show. MAAP Real Talk Show. He's always in the chamber. You will see him with his camera in chambers, recording for us in real time what's going on with our elected officials. It's really awesome.
Yeah, you want to see a drop?
We also have Ray Michaels of grassroots50.com. He's running around out here somewhere. And George Ortiz of the Chips and Salsa Show. All right, if there's any more, please make me aware so that I can thank you for being here. If we have any elected officials of any sort here, please make me aware, because we want to thank you for taking your time to come out and support the work we're doing.
Might be a little soft.
All right, without further ado, two awesome friends of mine.
Why not?
That they know you as the good, sane, sober, moral, prudent person who's earnestly interested in them, cares for them no matter what, no matter if you agree with them or not. They know you love them and that you're for them as a person. Then you win friends.
Just invite them. Don't. One of the worst things you can do. What do you mean you don't own a firearm? What do you mean? Don't you want to protect yourself? What if somebody breaks into your house?
I just shake my head, especially at the person who put their head in that thing. That's not a Disney World prop. That's very, very dangerous. There's, I think, one more video here. I think that's the last. No, there's a couple more. And we really like to thank News to Share for these. Ford Fisher. Newly elected Congressman Representative Eli Crane spoke out on a number of pro-gun bills in Congress. He emphasizes a bill to stop the ATF's new brace rule, which he says, if not stopped, millions of Americans would become felons overnight, and that's not acceptable, in his words.
Congressman Crane is a man of faith, a husband, and a father, and I am so excited to have him here today. Big, huge, warm round of applause to welcome Eli Crane. Congressman Crane, I apologize.
All right, guys, thanks for coming out. It's an honor to be here with you guys. We all know the importance of the Second Amendment and our right to bear arms. I'm grateful that I was blessed and born into a country where our founders recognized our God-given unalienable right to protect ourselves. It is a big deal, and it's probably as big of a deal now as it's ever been. You guys know what's going on in this country. Sometimes when you wake up in the morning and you check your cell phone or your computer and you see story after story after story, whether it's the southern border or a Chinese spy balloon flying over the country, you're thinking, what is going on in this country? And it makes you want to be able to defend yourself and your family. And that's why it's so important. And that's why it is so awesome that we have amazing representatives. I know Q, who you guys just heard, is doing an amazing job at the state level. I know there's a bunch of other state reps doing the same thing. And I'm honored to be one of the few members of the House Freedom Caucus. We got Congressman Andy Biggs, who I think is going to speak with you guys later. Congressman Gosar as well. Just really strong conservatives who are going to make sure that we do everything we can at the federal level to make sure that your right to bear and keep arms shall not be infringed. I'm going to read for you guys real quick some of the legislation that I've co-sponsored and that we're working on at the federal level. We've co-sponsored HR 53 FIND Act by Representative Bergman. This bill prohibits the federal government from entering into contracts with any entity that discriminates against firearm trade associations or business that deal in firearm ammunition and related products. I'm just going to read summaries, guys. It's not the entirety of these bills. I know this stuff can be kind of dry, but this is where it matters. HR 38, Concealed Carry Reciprocity Act. I know many of you guys are familiar with that. That's one that we co-sponsored as well. Veterans Second Amendment Protection Act by Representative Bost prohibits VA from sending information on veterans or beneficiaries who are assisted by a fiduciary to NICS without a judicial ruling that they are in danger to themselves or others. The Repeal Act of the NFA by Representative Burleson repeals the 1934 National Firearms Act, would repeal the foundation of just about all excessive gun regulations, removes the additional taxation on the sales and disposal of firearms, removes the excessive regulation of importation and interstate regulation of firearms. And then Representative Clyde's ATF Stabilizing Brace Ban Counter Legislation Congressional Review Act. That's another one I know you guys are tracking on. It's very important.
So he mentioned the brace rule, and he's talking about this, and it's a new rule by the ATF that says essentially that using a stabilizing brace with a pistol turns the firearm into a short barrel rifle, and it must now be regulated by the National Firearms Act, which means they'd be subject to registration, additional taxation, and a long wait times for approval due to ATF's lengthy rules. So basically, I guess pistols are ruled by the states, but short barrel rifles are ruled by the federal government under the ATF. And so what they're really saying is if you buy a pistol and you put something on it that makes it, so like if my hand was the pistol and you put something on it that makes it a rifle, makes it longer, a stabilizing brace, now you've made it a rifle, so it has to be ruled like a rifle. What's so bad about that? If the law is about a rifle, then the law should apply. You take something that's a pistol, you turn it into a rifle, it should be treated as a rifle. And this business by the other speaker, you take something that wasn't an automatic weapon and you make it an automatic weapon, then it should be ruled to be an automatic weapon. But they want their cake and eat it too.
We all know that if we're not able to repeal this thing, then millions of Americans will become felons overnight, and that's not acceptable. And then the final one is Stop Harassing Owners of Rifle Today, or the SHORT Act. Repeals elements of the 1934 National Firearms Act, which the Biden ATF is using to justify their.
And the idea that people would become felons overnight, that makes no practical sense. The only thing that would happen is they would be required to meet the law. You wouldn't want to make everybody a felon overnight. You'd be required to meet the law. So what you basically should do is, if you're going to buy one of these braces that turns your handgun into something that constitutes a rifle, when you go to buy it, you should have to be able to meet the law that says, okay, I'm buying the brace. I'm going to attach this to my handgun. I'm going to turn it into a rifle because I can't fire my handgun anymore. And now I want my handgun, which I already bought and already have the gun. I already have the ammunition. I already have what's necessary to maintain it. I don't want to have to go out and buy a new firearm, is basically what the person is trying to say. Or I can't afford to buy the new firearm. I want to take my handgun and turn it into a rifle. When you do that, you should have to meet the law. When you have to meet the law, in order to get the thing to attach to your handgun, you should have to meet the law. There shouldn't be a case of, well, I bought this attachment and now I'm violating the law. No, you shouldn't be able to violate the law. You shouldn't be able to buy the attachment if you're not meeting the law. So the idea that everybody would suddenly become a bunch of felon and we're going to go arrest every last one of them, where the hell are we going to put them in? Because you don't build any damn jails to put anybody in anyway. And you don't pay cops enough to do their job to watch all these people. Jesus, you people are stupid.
Their pistol ban and amnesty registration plan. All right, so those are some of the legislation that we've co-sponsored that we're working on at the federal legislation or at the federal government. I know that more will be coming down the pipe, but it is great to know as a citizen first myself, a veteran, a business owner, a father and a husband, that we do have fighters at both the state and the federal level that are trying.
That's enough of that crap. He had more than his 15 minutes of fame, even though he only had about 4. So, is this the last? No, there's still a couple more. Republican Pinot County Sheriff Mark Lamb spoke out calling the new ATF race rules garbage and unconstitutional, saying, I love protecting on the local level, but I'm seriously considering making a run at the U.S. Senate. So you already heard enough about that. But then he goes and shakes hands and takes photos with Proud Boys. Ugh. I don't even want to really watch that. I mean, you can see the little video playing. Tony Simon, Second for Everyone, encouraged gun rights supporters not to dismiss people based on race, gender, etc. from the gun rights movement. Simon is a gun instructor who hosts the Second is for Everyone diversity shoot events. He looks like he's been getting a lot of the second too, and possibly the third and the fourth and the fifth. And then he has a full video summary. So if you want to see more of that, go to Ford Fisher on Twitter or go find his site News to Share. It's probably on, well, it is on YouTube because these are YouTube videos. But that's about all I can stand of that. So that was all the prepared topics for tonight. Thanks, but no thanks, says Jim. Yeah, that's about all you can stand to see of that. Do we have any? We have some producer suggestions here, so let me get to those. So you keep talking amongst yourself while I throw these over to the right computer. Got about, I think, 5 of these. I'm going to go ahead and send those over. And producer is probably wondering why I didn't see these ahead of time. Because I have a computer I usually have turned on that would notify me that I have new emails is not turned on tonight. So next week I'll have that turned on. We got 5 more stories for you. Okay. This one is called Twitter Verified. Bob Seska writes, another sociopath billionaire wants you to pay him for fake status, and I'm sure no one will exploit this for fuckery, right? So Mark Zuckerberg put out on Facebook, good morning, a new product announcement. This week we're starting to roll out Meta Verified, a subscription service that lets you verify your account with a government ID, get a blue badge, get extra impersonation protection against accounts claiming to be you, and get direct access to customer support. This new feature is about increasing authenticity and security across our services. Meta Verified starts at $11.99 a month on web or $14.99 a month on iOS. We'll be rolling out in Australia and New Zealand this week and more countries soon, otherwise known as you can pay Zuckerberg for more status. Not gonna do it. This one is about Ron DeSantis. Nikki Fried says, welcome to the free state of Florida. Florida couple unable to get abortion will see baby die after delivery. Doctor's interpretation of state law prevents procedure, family tells Washington Post, despite baby's fatal illness. And this is a Guardian story. By Maya Yang. In a few weeks, a Florida couple will have to bid farewell to their child shortly after the baby is delivered, a gut-wrenching reality created by the U.S. Supreme Court's elimination of a nationwide abortion rights last year. This is exactly what I feared. Because of a new Florida law that bans abortion after 15 weeks, except under certain circumstances, Deborah Dorbert has become one of the many women having difficulty accessing necessary abortion procedures after the Supreme Court overturned the rights granted by the landmark 1973 Roe versus Wade decision. A report by the Washington Post chronicles how Dorbert and her husband Lee Dorbert are expecting their second child and have been told by doctors that the baby has been diagnosed with a fatal fetal abnormality known as Potter syndrome, but they have said the doctors could not perform an abortion because of their interpretation of a Florida law that took effect after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. Potter syndrome is a rare condition related to fetus development in the uterus. This syndrome is a result of abnormal kidney growth and function, which affects how much amniotic fluid surrounds the fetus during pregnancy. It's been deemed a doubly lethal diagnosis because babies with malfunctioning kidneys can't remove deadly toxins from their bodies and can in turn experience renal failure. Additionally, the absence of amniotic fluid in the womb causes a baby to be born without the ability to breathe. According to Florida's Reducing Fetal and Infant Mortality Law, which was implemented last July, abortions are prohibited after 15 weeks of gestation, with a few exceptions, including one that would allow for a later abortion if two physicians certify in writing that the fetus has a fetal abnormality and has not reached viability. Last November, when the couple's baby was diagnosed with the syndrome, a maternal fetal medicine specialist told the Dorberts that some parents choose to continue full term while others opt to terminate the pregnancy through surgery or preterm labor. The doctor added that he would consult with health system administrators regarding the new law, the Washington Post reports. The Dorberts eventually decided that they would like to terminate the pregnancy as early as they could because babies with this syndrome often die before they are born or end up suffocating within minutes of hours after the delivery, which they should be able to do. If the baby's going to die anyway, they should be able to say goodbye to the baby in the way that they want to. Deborah Dorbert told the outlet that she recalled the specialist saying that the termination might be possible, but not until between 28 and 32 weeks. Then, after the specialist consulted with the health system administrators regarding the new law, the couple was told that they would have to wait to terminate the pregnancy until the 37th week of gestation or near full term. According to a text message Deborah Dorbert received from the coordinator at maternal fetal medicine offices that she visits often, specialists made his determination after having legal administrators look at the new law and the way it's written. Washington Post reported, "It's horribly written," the message added. Despite the specialist telling the couple that other states had fewer restrictions on abortion access, the Dorberts told the Post that they were overwhelmed by travel costs and had only left their state a few times. The couple have not learned the baby's sex because of its legs were crossed or the umbilical cord was in the way during each scan, eventually opted to provide palliative care to their child after the baby is born. That's very important to us, understanding that we do have that control back, at least in some of these decisions, Lee Dorbert told the Washington Post. Nevertheless, the new law, which punishes physicians who violate it with penalties, including license revocation, hefty fines, and 5 years or more of jail time, has left the couple angry and frustrated. It makes me angry, does me too, for politicians to decide what's best for my health, Deborah Dorbert told the Washington Post. We would do anything to have this baby. We have never really understood, Dorbert adding. We were told there was an exception. Obviously, it's not enough of an exception in some cases. Despite the pain the Dorberts and couples in similar situations are experiencing, the state's Republican Governor Ron DeSantis has maintained a staunch anti-abortion stance. Yes, because beautiful little Ronnie and his 3 little happy little kids are okay. He would never understand unless he was in a similar situation, and even then I'm not sure he'd understand. Earlier this month, DeSantis said he would sign a 6-week abortion ban if one passed. Dude just makes me sick. As a father who has lost 2 children, you make me sick, DeSantis. We're for pro-life, DeSantis said. I urge the legislator to work, produce good stuff, and we will sign, and that's what I've always wanted to do. If you're for pro-life, then why do you send people that fought to get to this state to another place, huh? The only thing you are is for pro-birth and getting elected to whatever gets you elected as a Republican. So Nikki Frida's running for Florida Democratic Party chair, and it says, I'm proud to have the endorsement of so many community leaders, activists, and elected officials across the state. Endorsed by Jacksonville Young Democrats, Chris Anderson, the vice chair in Sumter County, the DEC. Naomi Blimmer, Florida Democratic nominee for Commissioner of Agriculture and Consumer Services. Fran Bowman, president of South Florida Shore Democratic Club. Bruce Carter of DEC Chair, Highlands County. Phil Dodderidge, DEC Vice Chair, Monroe County. Ann Gannon, tax collector in Palm Beach County. Tim Gilbert, DEC Vice Chair, Citrus County. Jennifer Griffin, DEC Vice Chair, Pinellas County. Liz Gutierrez, DEC Secretary, Hernando County. Fred Gutenberg, gun safety advocate. Daniel Hawk, former congressional candidate, District 3. Eileen Higgins, County Commissioner, Miami-Dade County. Jennifer Jenkins, School Board Member, Brevard County. Greg Jewell, President, Plant City Area Democratic Club. Lauren Jorgensen, DEC Chair, Suwannee County. Jay Maggio, DEC Chair, Alachua County. Kimberly Overman, former County Commissioner of Hillsborough County. Gwen Pearson, DEC Vice Chair, Manatee County. Emily Press, DEC Vice Chair, Hernando County. Keith Richter, DEC Chair, Hendry County. Nathan Sharp, Sharp Ideas LLC of Citrus County. Deidre Sweeney, DEC Chair, Citrus County. Dean Trentalis, Mayor of Fort Lauderdale. Linda Tripp, DEC Treasurer, Glades County. And Greg Weiss, Mayor of Palm Beach County. Yes, yes, yes. Please put this woman in the Florida Democratic chair seat. Uniquely qualified. This one's about a Trump lawyer. Breaking. Obstruction of justice charges very likely for Trump lawyer Evan Cochran, per sources. So this is a Rolling Stone article. And unfortunately, if we want to read the whole story, we have to subscribe. So there's something that you can read if you're a Rolling Stone reader. Did you know the Florida Republican who wrote the Don't Say Gay bill has been indicted by Merrick Garland for federal criminal money laundering and wire fraud? Happy Sunday, says Mueller, she wrote. Happy Sunday indeed. Jim said, don't read every name. Oops, sorry. one of the reasons why I read all the names is just to show like who it was that was supporting her. Now, don't get a migraine, Benny Loco. They're not worth it. Hi, Jackie. Welcome. You snuck in on me when I wasn't reading the chat. Well, it's been 3.5 hours without a break. Is there anything you wanted to talk about tonight that we didn't talk about yet? Yes, Nikki Fried ran for Florida governor. She used to be our state agriculture commissioner. Hi, Jolie. I think we said hello earlier. So, anything in particular you want to talk about tonight before the show ends, or you just had enough of the show? Yep, there's always next week. And thank you for understanding about last week. Last week was the Super Bowl, and 2 weeks ago when I was talking with you, I thought that we'd be back the next week, not even concentrating on the Super Bowl. So yeah, that was a mistake on my part, but I just decided that I wanted to watch the Super Bowl because I really wanted to watch the halftime. Benny says, I'm glad you got as triggered as I do. Yeah, they do get me triggered with these things. I mean, with these gun fanatics and stuff. Do you think rocketry will be ruined by the war? Nah. Year for the show. The first show was actually year for the war. It's a year for the war because the show has already been around for more than a year. Although, since we didn't do an episode each and every week, you could argue whether we've done a year's worth of shows. No more war. I'm with you, but you basically have to defeat the people that want to fight the war. You have to hold back the people like Russia. It'd be nice to just sit back and have peace, but you gotta convince the people that don't like peace, and Russia's one of those states that doesn't like peace. So yeah, I hope she sticks around and runs for governor again in the future. If not governor, then senator or representative. Yes, Ukraine must defend itself against an aggressor, and we must help them because they need our help. Because we know darn well that China is helping Russia. Exactly, Jim. Defense of liberty is no vice. Russia indeed does have a madman at the wheel. Yep. Yep, only democracy will save humanity. Are you here, Wes? Yes, you're here. Welcome back, Wes. I've always been here. I was just invisible. Like the invisible glass going across the screen. Doesn't it though? It says a lot of things in the Bible, and unfortunately some of the things are conflicting. At one time, Chucky John wasn't Florida a blue state a while back. Florida did have more Democrats a while back. It's the fact that there's a significant number of people that are registered to a party other than Republican or Democrat, and Republicans currently have more registrations. Am I a good witch or a bad witch? Wes is not going to like this. I'll get you, my pretty, and your little dog too. Reason Florida turned Republican, Trucker John, is because you have a significant number of people here who align Democrats with Castro. And those people are Hispanic culture. They tend to be Cuban, and they dominate South Florida. So that's part of the reason why. I think the other thing is that the establishment Democrats picked Charlie Crist, so he won the primary. But Charlie Crist has already been a Republican governor. He is registered as an independent to run for governor, and he is now registered as a Democrat. So you have that problem too. I knew that they shouldn't pick him, but nevertheless, the Democrats picked him as the nominee. So that's the problem. Is it possible this chat has more love than Hal's does per capita? I think it's just that we're a small group, and so only the people that love each other stick around. When trolls come here and try to do things and then just tend to go away. So, you know, if they can't start anything, they can't really do anything. So that's kind of why it's a good group, Nick. I'd like to get more people here. I don't really know how to do that other than to try to invite them independently. But I know that they have a lot of choices, you know, so they have a lot of choices insofar as Midas Touch and all of the podcasts that come under that umbrella. So, you know, and then they, you know, it used to be that we were running up against the major, but I think the major is coming on at an earlier time now. So that's not so much. And of course, you know, we're a Sunday night podcast for people on the East Coast. So that's a little bit difficult for some people. So, but it is, you know, it is what it is. Anyway, we're getting close to the end of the show. Monday morning in Ireland, yes. Casper, you really are nice to come and spend your Monday morning with us. So just getting tired. Casper's your cousin. That would be interesting. Yeah, you need to get people to vote. That's the real thing. Good night, Elizabeth. Nice to have you here. Good night. I'm really just trying to get it down to the last 4 minutes. Make it go to the full hour. I'm gonna go get. Okay. And somewhere. Weird. Don't know why I can't see you. Must be in here somewhere. Ah, that's why. Because I'm not using the right account. Looking for you, Benny Loco. I was looking for your vote-mobile. Can't look from that computer though. I have to look from this computer. Unless you've hidden your account. So I wonder if you've hidden your account. There it is. I have the video, but I don't know. I don't know if it actually shows the vote-mobile. No, I don't think it shows the vote-mobile at all. Not on the outside. I don't remember if you had. You should have a short with the vote-mobile, though, I would think. I thought you did one. I'm looking for it. There's that one that says the vote. I don't know if it's that one. Nope, can't find your vote-mobile. Okay. Okay, I can get it from there. Da, 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 da. I shouldn't play it on this computer, though. That'll really mess it up. I should play it on this computer. Thanks, Penny Loco. I never would have found it without your help. So here's the vote-mobile. Getting ready to play it, and I'm going to take myself out of the video once I do that. That was beautiful. And with that, we will close the show. That was really beautiful. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you next week. It's my belief that we do not have anything going on next week. So 9 is 16. There is a launch next week, actually on Sunday, if it takes place on Sunday, but it takes place in the morning, so I should be go to do this at night. If not, I will let you know. So thank you so much for joining me for Freedom Speech and You and making it a great show. And thank you so much to our wonderful moderators. We'll talk to you next week. Bye.